everyone. This project is hot off the press.
We were gonna do something different today, and then I don't know how many of you guys are on TikTok, but there is like,
I call it tic-tac.
Tic-tac. It's honestly been a trend for about a month, and a half.
Yeah.
But I decided to make one myself for myself one night, and then I wore it the next day, and Alicia and Courtney were like, that is so cute. We think that our ladies would love this. We're gonna incorporate a print and cut to show you guys how you can display them if you want to make them custom for other people. But this is a viral, it did go a little viral on TikTok, charm necklaces. Y'all, I was like, growing up, charm bracelets were like my thing. Like I loved them.
My mom had a charm bracelet, and like it was so nice because I just would get her a charm for her birthday, a charm for Christmas. Like it was awesome.
But like we're doing this, it's just, you know, little charms that you can get from Hobby Lobby, not super expensive, very cute, very colorful. We love colorful.
So good.
Okay, guys.
So good.
This is what we're gonna be making today. Let's go ahead and go overhead so they can see it. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, I've not taped this, or I didn't like, if I were giving this to somebody, I probably would have taped this to the back. But look how cute!
Yes.
Now this one is my charm necklace. This is the one I made, and I'll go ahead and take it off since you all. But this is the this is what we're gonna be making to put it on. Number one, and this is the charm bracelet. Shoot, charm necklace that I made for myself. And y'all, I just love this so much because you really get to pick and choose what you want your charms to be. Like mine kind of I wouldn't say tells a little story, but like kind of tells a little story.
Tell us the story.
Well, I'll tell you part of the story. Like I'm not gonna tell you guys all of this story, but whatever, I digress. So for example, on this side, you know, it's got the little A for Asher, and then I have the heart because, of course, my child is my heart. And then I have a little playing card because he is a card shark and we play poker all the time. And then this little green represents his birthstone because he was born in August. And then, honestly, those are just because his favorite color is purple. Aww. So I put the purple smiley on this side, and I just wanted to end it out with that cute little flower. And then on the other side, it's, you know, just little things that represent my life.
Love it.
And you can have it to represent people in your life, things in your life, whatever. But this is such a fun project to make. And then, like we said earlier, making this print and cut with your Cricut truly just takes it over the top because once you put it on there.
Talk about like wrapping this up in a little tissue paper, giving it as that gift. Like Valentine's Day, guys, is a week away.
Cute.
Like imagine giving this as a gift this Valentine's Day.
I love it. So what you're going to need for this is, of course, your base necklace. Now, Hobby Lobby has lots of different chains that you can choose from. This one is just the metal gallery chain. This was $4, not on sale.
Way.
I mean, you know.
So good.
And what's really cool is if you got a group of people together to do this together, like I had to buy all of these charms. Like these charms I bought for Alicia because I thought a lot of this stuff represented her and her family, and I'll explain everything later. But like these little butterflies, really and truly, I only needed one of them, but you had to buy the whole pack. So that's why I think this is a great project to do if you wanted to do like a Galentine's party. You all could just make charm necklaces together.
That's so fun.
How cute would that be? So you're gonna need your necklace. I've linked one
These charms are so affordable.
Yeah, like even not on sale.
Yeah.
The little letters are $2.50, but the letters were on sale. This one's 99 cents. This pack was like $3.29. The most expensive pack that I got was this pack, and it was $8.99, but I'm pretty sure it was 40% off.
That's awesome.
So it's very, very affordable. But what you're gonna do, or the way that I did this, because what do we want? Do we want to just go ahead and put the charm necklace together before we do the Cricut part? Okay. So how I did this is I like to lay my necklace out, And then what I think is best is kind of start laying out where you want your charms. So I have, and I should have taken all of these off beforehand because this might take me a minute. I have a charm for Trey, for Alicia, a T for Trey. And then, so that'll go somewhere in here. And while I'm doing that, Trey is such a handyman. I thought these were just like the cutest stinking little things. It's like a little hammer, a little saw, a little wrench.
We will have the hardest working day here at Maker's Gonna Learn, and I will go home, put my babies to bed, and I will get in bed myself, and I'll look on Instagram, and Alicia, Trey are at Home Depot.
Yeah.
Like once a week. I'm like, how are you guys doing that? She's like, we got projects.
We got projects.
Always got a project. It's so fun. They're such a handy couple.
Really and truly. So I saw these and I was like, this is Trey through and through. And they do a lot of woodworking.
Yes.
I didn't see a gold. They didn't have a golden saw. So we're doing a silver saw because I like mixed metals.
Yeah.
So that's going to be Trey's little charm beside his name. And there's a supply list. If you'll let them know, there's a supply list in Asana. It should be there.
Perfect. I'll let the team know that we can add it.
What I have done with the supply list, I linked the necklace on Amazon. You can, like I said, get the necklace from Hobby Lobby. That's fine too. I also, I'm trying to think. I literally just linked like the charm page. I just searched charm on Hobby Lobby and I just linked the page. I did not link every single one of these charms because honestly, y'all, I didn't know what charms I was going to use today and what charms I'm not. So we're just going with it. So that one's going to be for Trey. Now let's get Ruby Doo's out. Let's get her little R.
Love it. Sin says it's been added to the description. So my friends, if you do not see our supply list, all you need to do is refresh your page. And if you're watching the replay, it's down below for you in the description to links to everything you see around here.
And then I also got a little G for Georgia because, and I looked so hard for a peach.
Oh, that
Georgia
would be perfect for Georgia.
But they didn't have one. They had every other fruit imaginable but a peach. Tell me how, tell me why that didn't. But anyway, so we're going to add Georgia over here. I think what I want to do, I want to put Trey's kind of in the middle and then Ruby's and Georgia's on the side.
I love it.
Okay, so now I thought that the reason I got these butterflies is because I thought this one little butterfly was the cutest peach color. So that's what I got for Georgia. And I don't know, it just was screaming Alicia to me. Like hardcore screaming Alicia. So that is, I got this one to go on Georgia's side. So this pack I got because I just felt like this right here screamed Alicia to me. Like the peace sign.
Yes.
Like all of that. But I want to lay it out and make sure that I have enough color and that they coordinate really well. So I definitely want to use this peace sign somewhere, but we're lacking color. So I'm gonna add in some flowers.
Love it.
I think I want to do this blue one for sure. And the cool thing about this is it's not permanent, y'all. You can go back and change it. If you don't like something or if you want to add something, you can go back and change it.
Yep.
This is what I love about this is I can like, before you start attaching, this is why this step right here is so important. Getting all of this around. Like moving it around, deciding what you want. I don't know, part of me maybe wants to put, I'm just gonna humor myself and pull this rainbow in. It's kind of big. That's the only reason that I'm like, I don't know. Do I like it? Do I not? I just kind of want to see. And then we can like move things around. It's like not a big deal.
Not at all. That's the best part.
Anyway, so we start in the middle. I have 11 charms and I want this to be my center point. So that link right there is my center charm. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm just going to take this jump ring. Now I did find that using 2 sets of needle nose pliers for this worked a lot better. That way you can hold with one and really pick up, place that in. And I have jewelry pliers. These in my right hand are jewelry pliers. These are actual just like needle nose pliers from our, oh no, see this is the problem. Let's figure it back out. Okay, I'm just gonna hold this up. Okay, so now we're just gonna start adding our charms. Now, actually, I got that one too close. I suggest doing like, you can do as close together as you want. I like being able to see all of the charms personally. So I suggest doing about 2 to 3 links in between each charm. And that's one of the reasons why I love the paper clip style necklace. That way I can count how many links I've got in between each one and have them all equally spaced.
Yes.
Because I'm not normally like has to be equal all the time, but for this one, for some reason, it did in my brain. Now, obviously, this is going to be the most time-consuming part, guys.
Yep.
Is just putting all your charms on your necklace. But this is one of those things. Get you an audiobook, if you don't listen to audiobooks, turn on some music. This is a mindless task that is such a good thing to do of the evening. This is actually what I did one evening. Sorry, I'm having to count, make sure I'm even. This is what I did one evening. I didn't have any plans. I knew that Asher was with his dad, and my mom was going to be working late. I was going to be at the house by myself. So, like, I just went to Hobby Lobby and had a me night and made my charm necklace.
That's so fun. Also, and yeah, you can get these supplies from Amazon. You can get the supplies from Hobby Lobby, where we got ours, or Michael's, or wherever you want. You'll notice here at Makers, we do a lot of Hobby Lobby. We pay for it all. We're not sponsored. They're literally just 5 minutes from our office. So
not even 5.
Not even 5. Like,
really and truly.
Yeah, it's very close.
Here's another little tidbit that I highly suggest you guys do.
Tell us.
I suggest that you lay your necklace down each time, because if you put your charms on backwards, I mean, it would irritate me if I realized that these charms were on backwards. But especially like these letters and the ones that have enamel on the front, you don't want this rainbow backwards and the letter with the diamonds like facing forward. So you just have to kind of be aware of that, how you put it on, like which way it faces. So just so you know.
I love that.
Because the more you know, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what did everybody say they were doing? Or what did anybody say what kind of jewelry they have made before?
Oh, a lot of leather.
A lot of leather.
Yeah, a lot of Maker U projects. You know, just talking about making jewelry a lot, aroma beads, things like that. So this group seems to have done a little jewelry, you know, a time.
Done some jewelry making before.
Yeah, totally.
Comments,
that's okay. You're
like
very
head
focused.
down focused.
Yeah.
Completing this. And you know what? We may just put the other few, I may finish this charm and put the other ones on here in a minute, because I think you all get the gist of how we're doing this. Holding with one set of pliers, opening with the other. I like to get my smaller ones, count my count my little things. This one goes on that one. And then kind of hold at the bottom with my small ones and come back. And this is why I like these. It's because it has those ridges. These needle nose pliers specifically has the ridges on it, and it has a wider area. So when I come in to pinch these, it's like it pinches it exactly where I need it to go, and like I have more control. Like for example, this jump ring is higher than it should be, so I just need to close it down like that. I just feel like I have more control with the bigger ones. I did not just do that. Okay, here's a really good example, and I'll have to go back and fix this one later. I want to lay this down so you guys can see. You see how everything here is facing forward, except for my flower? Except for my flower.
Ooh.
So that one's gonna have to be taken back off and put back on the correct way. So anyway, we'll do that one here in a little bit.
Love it.
We'll come back to this.
Love it.
I think you all get the gist of how to put the charms on the necklace.
Yes.
One thing that is not linked down below are the fonts that we did use. I did forget to link those, but we will get those added. So let's go back to design. Let's go to Design Space. Oh, there it is. There it is. I zoomed out too far. Let's go back. Oh, okay. So where's that one? The fonts that we are going to be using today, let me go ahead and unflatten this. Clearly, I've got to get this, download this font. But the fonts that we are going to be using today, Violetta, oh, is it all Violetta? No.
No.
What fonts are they?
I bet the fonts aren't there, so you might have to download them.
Arial. Okay, let's go back here and then here, and it'll tell me what fonts we're going to replace. It just says Violetta, but there's two different fonts on this. You know what? We'll go with it. So let's go over to our website. So Violetta, that is the font, the serif font that we're using. To download a font from our website, what you're going to do is click the arrow pointing down. You're going to then come up here to your downloads, open this up. You are going to double click it. And then you are going to, once you double click it, it will open up here. Now we are on a Mac. If you are on a PC, it's gonna open up, it's gonna look different, but it's gonna be the same thing. You're going to install this font onto either your character map, which is for PC, or your font book, which is Mac.
Yeah.
From there, you're gonna go back to Design Space. Make sure if you are working on something to save it, but once you have saved it, if you go to View and Reload, you have to reload Design Space for it to recognize the new fonts that you downloaded onto your computer.
Yes.
So now that I have downloaded Violetta, you see this red line went away, it's not there. So now, it still did it. Let's go
You might
back.
have to design a new one with like new fonts.
You know what? We'll do it. We'll do a new one.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. I'll just be real honest. Alicia designed this, so I'm not really sure what. I bet it's Celine.
Ooh, I love that font.
It looks like Celine. You know what? We're going with Celine.
So good.
Violetta and Celine it is. So we're going to download Celine. This is also a new font. And what you can do, if we have anybody here that isn't really sure or doesn't know about our website, what you can do is you can preview your text. So if you wanted to see what the word charm looked like, you can preview that word in all of these different fonts, and you can decide which one you like the best.
Love it.
So once it is down, once you have chosen your fonts that you want to do, we do have to download Celine. So once again, we're opening up that OTF, double clicking, installing it onto our computer, going back to Design Space, going to View and Reloading. We're gonna start from fresh anyway, it doesn't matter. So what you're gonna do first is you are going to grab a basic shape. Now for this one, we used this oval. You could do this one. You could even, I was looking, I feel like this shape would be super cute too. Either one of those would be really pretty. Actually, you know what? I think I want to go with this one. I don't think I want to do this one. I think I want to do this one. And I think we're going to do it about 7.5 inches. You can do it, for the necklaces, you do need to do it pretty large. They need to be pretty big, especially for the charms. And we'll go overhead. And even with this one, like I said, it's large. But like some of these charms are on the back, which is not that big of a deal. It still looks beautiful here. But if you want all of the charms showing, just know that your oval needs to be pretty large. So we'll go 8.5 in length. And that makes it 8.5 in length and about 6 inches in height. I think will be a nice size. And I'm gonna change this to white because I do want this just to be on white paper. Now, you can print it whatever color you want. If you wanted it to be a pretty color, my suggestion is going down here to advanced and like playing around with like a super light pink would be cute. You can never go wrong with a good tan. Let me show you guys my favorite way of getting a tan. I love coming down to the brown and then just like up here in the corner, like getting a really pretty tan. Sometimes even the orange will give you a nice tan right here. Like add some gray to it.
Love it.
Can't beat it.
So fun.
Can't beat it. But anyway, that's how, if you wanted to get a nice color, that way you can. Like I said, we're just gonna go with white. Now we're going to add our text onto our design. So the first thing we want to do, we want it to say "You're so charming" up here. So I'm going to grab a text box. We are using the font Violetta. So I'm going to go over here to my system fonts and type in Violetta. I'm just going to type in Violet. And now we're just going to type in "You're so..."
I love this font. It's like so
charming,
elegant, and mature.
I know. I love it. So I am going to curve this. So the first thing, I think I'm going to size it down just a little bit, bring it here, and then I'm going to go to my curve and I'm going to curve this down. It's going to need to be curved some more. About like that. And I do think the size needs to come down just a little bit. And just so you know, if you have curved it and you size it down, that curve is still going to be pretty severe. So you may have to come back up here and uncurve it a little bit.
Right.
And let's just select both of them. And I'm going to go to align and I want to center it horizontally. Beautiful. Now, and I'll change all of the colors here in just a minute. So, yes, Kathy, we did make the charm necklace. We started the process. We did that the very first thing. And now we're doing the card that the charm necklace is going to go on. So what is down here at the bottom is just a really cute little sentiment. Our vision for this was, sometimes you see those necklaces in like little boutiques, a lot of different places that will have like a definition. So it may be a necklace for a best friend or a necklace for whatever. So that's what we were going for. So the word is a French word, from my understanding. Quantrell. I can't say it. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to, what was the other font that we downloaded? Let me go back here and look. Celine.
Yes.
That's it. I knew it was something with a C. So we're going to grab Celine. And the word that we're using is Quintrelle.
Beautiful.
Pronounce that.
Oh, I have no idea. What does it mean?
Okay, so the definition, or the definition that Alicia put is a woman who emphasizes a life of passion expressed through personal style, leisurely pastimes, cultivation of life's pleasures, and charm.
Period.
Super cute. Let me, you know what? I just want to, I'm just going to Google it at this point.
You just want to be able to copy and paste it.
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh, Jan, you're gonna love that new Joy Extra. I love looking at mine.
A woman who is focused on style and leisurely pastimes.
This sounds like you.
I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're gonna go back to design space. I'm just gonna leave this here for right now. We will go back and really hone in our how we're gonna put all this together. So this will go here. I'm gonna grab another text box. We're gonna go, this one is gonna say charm on it. Now this is very important. We are mixing fonts. We want the words that we want to stand out to be in a different font. So the definition, the word Quantrell, that is, we want this word to stand out, and we also want charm to stand out. So that's why these two words are gonna be in a script font, and then the definition is going to be in a serif font. So we're gonna grab another text box, and we're gonna go back to Violetta, and now we're gonna type in our definition. A woman who emphasizes.
I love this font. Like, oh, like just seeing it, I'm like, this font is like, I want to get behind it.
I know.
I love it.
Personal style, leisurely pastimes, pleasures, and, okay, hear me out. This is going to have to be pretty small. Not too small though, it doesn't have to be too small. And charm. This is why we wanted charm in a different font. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm changing the colors of all of these text boxes to match. So they are gray, this is just standard. I do really like the tan on it. Ooh, like a good rosy color would be pretty. Let's try like a mauve. So once you have everything placed where you want it, this is going to be a print and cut, okay? So once you have everything placed where you want it, the next step, and you could even, if you wanted to put like little pictures here, you can. It would be beautiful if you wanted to. Once you are done designing, what you're gonna do is you're going to drag, and you are going to click and drag and cover everything here, okay? And we're going to hit flatten. I mean, look how cute. And let's change our canvas color so you all can see better. Look how stinking adorable. But we're not done yet. We are not done yet. Because currently we are just cutting out this oval. But we want to have slits here so we can put our necklace in there, okay? I did 2 semicolons just because I like the looks of a semicolon.
Okay. Love it. It's your design.
You can do whatever.
Isn't that fun?
You really can do whatever.
So good.
But what you need to do now is we're going to add in the lines so that our Cricut will cut the lines as well. So you're going to come back up here to shapes. The first one here, it is a score line, but what we're going to do is we are going to size it down. Okay. We are going to rotate it, I think 45 degrees. Oh, negative 45. Oh no. It should have been negative 45. Negative 45 degrees, beautiful. We'll size it down even more because it doesn't need to be like super huge. And then from there, we're going to change it from a score line to a basic cut, okay? Now, this is somewhere where you're gonna definitely want to zoom in. We're gonna choose this line, and I'm going to place it. I wanna make sure it is at the edge, if not even like sticking out just a little bit from our design, because you wanna make sure the Cricut is gonna cut around it, but it also needs to cut here. So once you've done that, we are going to duplicate it with it. I'm going to select it. We're going to duplicate it. Now this is the easiest way that I have found is once you duplicate it, we're going to go up here to flip and we're going to flip it horizontally. We're going to bring it over here.
Now I do want to offer this to anyone. There's also another way, Lauren. You could cut it and then get your scissors.
You could get your scissors if you wanted to.
And if this is too much for you, I just want to offer that sometimes just because the Cricut can do it, doesn't mean you have to have it do it. But I love giving you both options. But for anyone that's like, okay, what? Like, feel free. I just want to give permission. Scissors.
Yes. You have permission to do scissors. Okay?
So good.
Seriously, I didn't mean to move you. Okay. Because I'm so zoomed in. So once you have your slits there, okay, what we're going to do now is I like working from the layers panel because you all could see it's like anytime I clicked on it, it would like move it around. I don't want it to move. I want it to say exactly where it's at. That's why working from your layers panel, y'all, is something that I feel like needs to be utilized more. We do it here, but if you all are not working from your layers panel, you need to start. So how you can do that is select this line, hold down the shift key, select the other line. With the shift key still held down, we're now going to select our flattened print and cut image. So we have all three of these selected, and this just needs to be deleted. So we have our print and cut image, shift key, line, line. You see they're all green. They're all selected. So now what we're going to do is we are going to attach them. We don't want to flatten them because if you flatten them, you're just gonna have two black lines here. Now, if you wanted to flatten them and you have two black lines where you can come in and cut with your scissors, fine, you can do that. But we are attaching them because now what it's gonna do, our Cricut is going to cut out this oval and then it's just gonna cut these two little slits.
Love it.
Beautiful. Now, all we have to do is send it to our printer to print. So we are going to go to Make It. We are using the Explorer 3 today. This will fit on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. We are using 120-pound cardstock. It does need to be pretty thick, especially for this charm necklace. If you use 60-pound cardstock, that cardstock would look like that because of how heavy the necklace is. So you do need to have a pretty thick cardstock. So super important. Once you've done that, we're gonna go to Continue. We are going to send it to our printer. For this one, because we don't have color going to the edge of our image, we are going to turn bleed off. We are using our Canon TS8100 series, and I'm using System Dialog. From there, I'm going to select Print, pull it down, because it will pull up behind if you're on a Mac 9 times out of 10. We are feeding this from the rear tray, best quality. And y'all, I've been changing my media type to photo, even if it's not photo paper, and I've been getting some dang good prints.
I like that.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and
change.
Wait,
better prints than just moving it to best quality?
The color payout, it's like
different.
It's just a more saturated color. I don't know, like that sweatshirt that I just did, where I printed on DTV. It's clearly not photo paper, but I printed it on photo type, and it just gave some really,
I love that.
Really good color.
Everybody try it.
So try it out if you want to.
Yeah.
So after that, we're gonna select Print. It is going to print, and I'm going to go grab that.
Woohoo!
One thing that I have done in the past, and I'm going to tell you guys, because if we have someone new, there's a good chance you're going to do this, and I don't want you to do this. I highly suggest, because you would think, this is an oval. It doesn't matter which way I put it on the mat. It's going to cut an oval, right?
Right.
I have had that train of thought before. Guys, it's very important how you put it on the mat.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Design Space real quick. The You're So Charming is on the left side, so you need to make sure when you lay it on the mat, the You're So Charming is on the left, because I have done a project very similar to this before, and I thought in my head, it's just a square. It's not gonna mess up.
Yeah.
But if we flipped it around, it would cut out the oval probably perfectly fine. But then our slits are gonna be on this side of our oval. So just make sure you put it on the mat the way that it is in Design Space, okay?
Yes.
So now that we've done that, we are going to load our mat. I'm gonna move my tea, my unsweet tea. It's doing it to me again. It has done this to me the past 3 times. Crazy. I have cut it on craft board setting.
Crazy.
It does one pass and then it stops, and then let's go over here.
Is it like the last time, yesterday? Is it cut through all the way?
Yes.
Is it cut through all the way?
Yeah, it is.
So wild.
I can see it's cut through all the way, but it's, go to the share screen and show them what it's.
Yeah.
This is, it says cutting 1 of 2 passes because I did use the craft board setting, and then come back over here to the Cricut. It completely stopped.
Right.
It's not letting me unload. It's not, I don't know what's going on with Design Space. So I'm just gonna hit cancel, I guess, because it did cut all the way through. Yes, I wanna cancel the cut, and then it will pop it out.
Beautiful.
Anyway.
Little tech issue, and that's the thing with each Cricut update, you'll notice like there can be some of these little finicky things that come up. They usually fix them and release an update, and then it'll be fine. So it's just part of it.
And then once you're done, which I still have like 2 or 3 more charms to put on this one, but look how cute.
Beautiful.
And look how, that size
is perfect.
Is perfect.
Yeah. That is incredible. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Someone said it happened to them too last night. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Look at it.
I love
so
it.
Good. So Lauren will add the rest of her charms, and then she'll be ready to give Alicia a welcome back to work gift.
Welcome back to work.
Ooh, so good.
I love it.
What do you guys think? Let us know. Let us know down below if you are go try your hand at making some charm necklaces.
Y'all, stop what you're doing, because today I'm gonna be teaching you how to make these viral keepsake sweatshirts. Now, I know that you've probably seen these sweatshirts all over Etsy, probably all over your social media, but today I'm gonna be teaching you how you can recreate these using your Cricut. If you are new to our channel, my name is Lauren. I'm a craft producer here at Makers Gonna Learn, and here we are a crafting membership where we strive to bring you inspiration, education, and motivation to get your Cricut out of the box and start using it. If you are new to our channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button, y'all. Every subscribe helps us so much. It is free to you guys, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell so that you can be notified every time we get crafty. Now, let's talk about this super cute sweatshirt. Now, this is one that we have already made, and I don't know if you all can see it that well, but let's go overhead. And this is one that says Mama. Now, I have seen so many super cute sweatshirts made like this where they have taken their baby's onesie and turned it into a sweatshirt that says Mama, and I am just obsessed with that. And this is definitely something that you can do, and I want to show you some Makers Gonna Learn fonts that you can use to recreate this. However, just because you may not be a mom, I don't want you to think that this is the only one that you can recreate, because the one that we're gonna be making today, I'm actually gonna be making one out of my dad's old shirts. So this can really be a keepsake memorial sweatshirt for so many people. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be one that is just made out of a baby's onesie. You can make this with so many different types of fabric, and we're gonna walk you through step by step how to do that. Now, this is gonna be a no-sew method. You can see that we do have a decorative stitch along here, but this is going to be 100% no-sew, and it's still gonna be super, super cute by the time that we're done. While we're overhead, let's go ahead and talk about the materials that you're going to need. So of course you're gonna need your blank, your sweatshirt. This is just a sweatshirt that we got off Amazon that we're gonna be working with. The next thing that you're gonna need is going to be your fabric, whether it be someone's shirt, a onesie, really anything that you are willing to cut up and put on a sweatshirt. Today we're just using, like I said, one of my dad's old shirts. The material is just 100% cotton, it's just a button up. So really, whatever article of clothing that you want to work with, you're gonna need that. We do have some fabric scissors. I do have a fabric grip mat. It's very important to have a measuring tape. That way you can know exactly how big you want to cut your applique. And then the no-sew method is going to be this right here. This is going to be the star of the show. This is the Heat and Bond Ultra, and I'm gonna show you exactly how to work with this and how to make the applique with your Cricut. So, normally you would think if you are cutting fabric on your Cricut that you're gonna have to use either a Maker or a Maker 3 Series machine. Well, let me be the first to tell you that if you have an Explorer, you can do this project as well. The bonded fabric is really the key to this. Adding that heat and bond on top of a cotton fabric is really gonna help you get that nice even cut, and it's gonna let that fine point blade just go so smoothly through that fabric. So do not fret if you only have an Explorer Series machine, you can still do this project. Now, today we are going to be using my Maker, so just know that when we go to the cut settings that I'm going to be telling you, we're going to be using medium cotton bonded, but if you do have an Explorer Series, make sure you use that denim bonded setting and it should cut beautifully. With all of that being said, let's go ahead and start the process of making this amazing keepsake sweatshirt. So the first thing that we are going to do today is we are going to size the area of the sweatshirt that we want to put our applique. Now, the other sweatshirt we made did have mama across this, but because I'm using my dad's shirt, I really just want to put a heart up here in the corner. So it's going to be more like a pocket design. So I'm going to go no larger than 6 inches by, 6 or 7 inches. That's a very large estimate. I just want to cut my fabric that big. My applique is not going to be that big, but I want to make sure my fabric will fit my applique in it. So I'm going to cut my fabric. We'll just go ahead and do an 8 by 8 square just to make sure we have plenty of room. So I'm now going to bring in the article of clothing that I'm going to be using. And we're just gonna go ahead and grab our fabric scissors and we're just gonna cut off an 8 by 8 piece. Now, one thing that I do love about this is I can use these lines to make a clean line. But it's not necessary because, like I said, we're just cutting an area just so we can cut an applique out of it. Once we have the piece cut out, I'm gonna grab my mini easy press and I'm just gonna iron out this bottom half because I did cut it out of the bottom of the shirt. So I'm just gonna iron out this bottom half real quick. The next thing you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna grab your heat and bond. Now this is the Ultra Hold, and we're just gonna cut a piece that is going to fit over this whole piece of fabric. So once again, with my scissors, just going to cut off a piece of heat and bond here. And what we are going to do before we even send this through to cut it is I'm going to add my heat and bond. I'm going to iron my heat and bond onto my fabric from the shirt. So I'm using a mini easy press with a heat setting of 2, and I'm just going to iron this with this sticky side face down on the fabric. Now, I'm not going all the way to the edge just yet because I don't want to iron it down to my pillow underneath. So I'm just going to as close to the edge as I can, and then here in just a second, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to trim off the edges. That way I can go all the way to the edge and it not stick to my pillow underneath there. Once I have done that, I'm just going to come back in with my mini easy press and I'm just going to make sure that those edges get down really nice. Once you have done that, we are not going to take this white piece off just yet. That will be the very last thing we do before we apply it to our shirt. So right now we're gonna hop over into Design Space, we're gonna start designing, and then we will cut out our applique, getting it prepared to add on to our sweatshirt. Now that we're here in Design Space, the design that I'm actually gonna use today is very, very simple. I'm just gonna use a heart because I wanna place it over top of where I wanna place the applique over my heart on the sweatshirt. But I did tell you guys, if you were wanting to do like the mama across the chest, let's go over to Maker's Gonna Learn. While we're here, let's talk about, this is the heart that I'm actually gonna be using today. It is a Maker's Gonna Learn file. Now to download this, all you have to do is click that arrow pointing down, and then you will unzip the file. Make sure you open it up so that it is, double click it so that you can unzip that. But let's go to our fonts, and I wanna show you a font that would be great for this specific project. If you are new to Maker's Gonna Learn and you want to try out our membership, just know that we have an amazing dollar deal that you can click down below. What that's gonna do, it's gonna give you full unlimited access to our website for 7 days, and you can download 20 either cut files or fonts that is yours forever. So if you wanted to create this, you could join us for $1 for 7 days, and you could download this beautiful varsity font, which would be a great, great font if you wanted to do a mama across the chest, dad, whatever. I love this varsity font. That would be one that would be amazing to download if you do want to join us for $1. But really and truly, any very blocky font for this project is going to be best. You want it to have, you want the font that you use to be pretty substantial. That way you can get more of the fabric in the shirt and it showcases more of the fabric. You do not want a thin, wispy font for this project. You want something that's thick and pretty substantial. So now that I've shown you the heart that we're gonna be using, we talked about some fonts that would be good if you wanted to create a mama or a dad or have a word across the front of your shirt. Like I said, blocky fonts are gonna be best. So now that we've done that, we're gonna go back to Design Space, and I'm just gonna pull in the heart that I wanted to use. So after I downloaded that, you can go to Upload Image. You can browse it. My favorite though is going to my Finder and then pulling in the file that I need. We are gonna be using the SVG version of this file, so I'm gonna upload that. I'm gonna add this to my canvas, and then from here, we are going to size it according to how large you want it on your sweatshirt. So I did cut a pretty big piece of fabric, but let's go back overhead and really get a good idea on how large I want the heart to be. So I think I want it to be about a 4-inch heart, I think would be pretty good. So let's go back to Design Space. The width on this one, let's see how, if we go up to 4 inches, we're sitting at a little bit more than 4. Let's go down to about 3 1/4. Beautiful. Now, but the only thing is I do not want the middle cut out. So what I'm gonna do while this file is selected, I'm gonna come down here to contour, and I'm gonna hide all contours, and that's gonna give me my basic shape, okay? That's gonna make that middle, it's gonna make it all one solid image, which is exactly what I want. Now, if you want to take it a step further, you can add like text around the outside and then apply it with HTV. I'm just trying to give you guys some ideas on things you can do. I think that would be super, super cute. Let's go ahead and do that and see what it would look like, and then we can decide if we like it or not. So this is something that you can do a really pretty script font with if you are doing HTV like on the outside of the applique. So I do think I want to add a text. So we're going to go back to our website. And y'all, one other thing that I absolutely love about the Maker's Gonna Learn website is the fact that I can type in exactly what I want my font to say, what I want it to say on the sweatshirt, and then I can decide which font I like the best. So I think I want to do Forever in My Heart, like right along the side of the heart, and then just scrolling down, I can see what all of these fonts look like. Like Sierra, love that one, but I really think that I want to go with this Last Love. I'm just obsessed with this font. So I'm gonna click the arrow pointing down to download it. We're gonna make sure that we unzip this font by double clicking. We're gonna double click it again, and then I'm going to install it onto my computer. Now, just know that although you have installed it onto your computer, Cricut Design Space is not going to recognize it. So we're gonna go back to Design Space. I want to always save my project. So we're gonna type in keepsake sweatshirt. And then I'm gonna go up here to view and I'm gonna reload Design Space. Now from there, it's going to pick up all of those new fonts and stuff that you have downloaded onto your computer. So what I can do is I can now go to my fonts, go to my system fonts, because that's where it's gonna be, and we're gonna type in Last Love. And now I can type in what I wanted it to say. And now I can start arranging it and sizing it around the heart as I see fit. So I am gonna size it down. I'm going to turn it this way because I want it to kind of be around here. And one thing I wanna do first before I do this is I want to come in here and I want to make each one of these its own separate line. And you're gonna be able to see why here in just a second. So I am going to go ahead and turn them this way. And now I'm gonna go to Advanced and Ungroup to Lines. And the reason that I'm doing this is now I can come in here and really manually manipulate each individual word. I can see that they are a little bit bigger than I need them to be. So I'm gonna select them all. I'm gonna size them down, and now I can bring them in. We'll zoom in so we can really work with them. I can move forever, and I think I might even curve it a little bit. And you can really like manually manipulate these. You know what, I think I like it. So now what we're gonna do is I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to unite them back together. We have the heart the way that we want it. And so now what I'm going to do is I am ready to make it. From here, what you're gonna do is you are going to take now we are using a fabric grip mat. We're gonna take our fabric that we do have the heat and bond on already, and we're gonna place it on our mat, and I'm doing this with the heat and bond facing up. I think it just gives a cleaner cut this way. We are putting it, like I said, on a fabric grip mat, making sure it gets stuck down very well. And then I'm going to go to our second one here, and I'm gonna make sure that this is mirrored because I am gonna be cutting this with vinyl, but I'm gonna just mirror that and then come back to mat number 1, and then we're gonna press continue. Now, before we go any further, I am gonna take the fine point blade out of my maker, but I'm just gonna set it right here because I am gonna use it for our HTV. We're gonna put in our rotary blade into clamp B. We're gonna close that clamp, and then I am going to load in my mat with my fabric on it. Then I'm gonna come back to Design Space. I'm gonna browse all material, and we're gonna type in bonded fabric. Now this is cotton fabric that I am gonna be working with. So I'm gonna click cotton bonded. Now that we have our mats exactly the way that we want them, we're gonna go to browse all material, and we're just gonna type in bonded first, because then it's gonna pull up all of the different types of bonded fabric. So it really depends on what type of fabric you are working with, whether it be cotton, a medium weight cotton, a heavy cotton, whatever. But we're going to be choosing the medium fabrics like cotton bonded because I just feel like the shirt is more of a medium weight shirt, but you can just do cotton bonded, whichever one you want, but we're gonna choose medium fabrics like cotton bonded. I'm gonna click done. We are doing this with our fine point blade on default pressure. From here, we're just going to load this into our machine. And then once it has loaded, we're gonna press the Cricut button. Now, one thing I do want to do is I just want to make sure that this cut through before unloading it, because if it doesn't, what you can do is just press that Cricut button again and it will pull it back through. It cut through beautifully, so we're just gonna go ahead and unload our machine. And you can see here, once we pull it off, how well that cut with the fine point blade. Love that. Once we have those cut, I'm just going to gently remove them off of the mat. And then I'm just gonna place down some HTV. And yes, I am just gonna go ahead and use the fabric grip mat because it's here on the table. We're just gonna place this down, make sure it gets good and stuck. We have already mirrored our HTV, so we don't have to worry about that. We are going to change our base material from the medium bonded fabric. We're gonna change it to everyday iron-on and then send it through our Cricut. Now, while that is cutting, I'm gonna go ahead and get my sweatshirt kind of prepared and place my heart where I want it on the sweatshirt. This is gonna be the same if you are doing words, just kind of get it ready. Now, if you are unsure of where to place like a pocket design, I love using a t-shirt ruler and using like this little corner here to kind of gauge where my pocket design would go. So like I would place it more so like right here, but you can decide whichever one you want. So just kind of lay it and position it where you might want it. But before we go on with that and lay it down, I do want to weed our design so I can place it down as well. So I'm just going to cut off the excess here. So now I can kind of place my HTV and my applique down where I want it to go. Once I have it placed where I want it, and I like using this carrier sheet to kind of keep it together, I'm gonna come back here on the back and we are going to remove the white backing. And then once you have the white backing removed, we're gonna place it back down, line it back up. Beautiful. And then we're going to take our mini easy press with a heat setting of 2, and we're going to start the process of laying them both down together. Now, if you're going to come in here with your mini easy press laying this applique down, you want to make sure that you don't touch your HTV with it. And that's it. And look how cute it turned out, guys. I am obsessed with this. You better believe you're gonna be seeing me wearing this on the channel coming up. It is such a good gift and such an easy gift for you all to make for someone, and such a meaningful gift. I am going to cherish this forever. Now, one thing that I do want to make sure you guys know and understand, if you wanted to go in and do like a hand stitch around the outside, that would really take this to the next level, especially if you just did a really simple running stitch along the outside of this, it would take this from 0 to 100 super, super quick. So I'm probably gonna add one personally. I'm not gonna show you how to do so here today, but you can just add a simple running stitch with some embroidery floss would really, really make this pop, and it would be amazing. So what do you guys think? I'm so obsessed with how this turned out, and I think that you all are gonna be so amazed at how well your Cricut can cut bonded fabric using a fine point blade. Who would have known? If you guys have enjoyed today's video, make sure you hit that thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every time we get crafty. Also, if you're not a Maker's Gonna Learn member, make sure to click that first link down below. Try us out for $1. We would love to have you. If you want to grab that varsity font or grab that Last Love font that I used on today's sweatshirt, make sure you do that with one of your 20 downloads. We have some amazing things in there that you can grab. Like I said, if you join us for $1, you get 7 days of unlimited access to our website, Facebook group, and everything. You get 20 downloads that you can keep for free, and if you do not cancel within that 7 days, you do renew as a monthly member, and we would absolutely love to see you there. As always, I hope you guys have enjoyed the video, and I can't wait to see you guys in the next one.
But yeah, we're back today. We're just jumping right into Valentine's Day.
I mean, Christmas to Valentine's.
Right. I mean, there's nothing else. Where else do you go?
I don't know. But this craft, honestly, guys, it's so cute.
It's darling.
It is so darling.
Yeah.
We are working with, I've never worked with this type of material.
I hadn't either. Not before this, I hadn't.
It's such a cool material. Like, I'm impressed.
And honestly, now that we have it, I feel like there's a whole group of projects that we can make using it.
Oh yeah.
And we know a bunch of ideas, but honestly, I saw something similar on Target, and I immediately thought, I want to know how to make that with my Cricut.
Make that.
Yeah, and that's what we are as crafters. We just see something and we're like, we can make that ourselves.
Yes.
So this is all you're gonna need. Let's go overhead. I'm gonna show you what we're making. So first of all, these are just literally so cute. I mean, look at it. So
I am obsessed with these. This will be Asher's Valentine's this year, period.
We made Asher's Valentine's on
last year's
Valentine's.
Yes, we did. It was the
it was a pin.
It was the different color pins, but what did it say? Oh, you're the right, but WRITE.
One for me.
Or something. I don't know.
So
you're
cute.
Just right, friend. You're just right, happy. I don't know. Anyway,
I love it.
But these will be his Valentine's this year.
I mean, they're like little Etch-a-Sketches or Magna Doodles almost. And it just says scratch me. And then this is scratch off paper. Okay. So look. And you can put whatever saying you want in here. This one is Valentine, I'm drawn to you. I know there's not an apostrophe between I and the M, okay? I made this really fast for a TikTok.
I did bring this up.
Lord, let me know. I did make some for a TikTok that I think we already posted, but yeah. So you can put whatever sayings on these. You can put whatever names. But you are going to need some specific supplies. So
Maribel, that's so funny you said reminds me of an Etch-a-Sketch, because that's what it's supposed to look like. Yes. Is an Etch-a-Sketch. And I was the champion for it to say, Valentine, thanks for not sketching me out.
I have it in Design Space. It says that in Design Space.
That's what we're making today.
Yeah, we're gonna have some of those for
Thanks for not being sketchy.
I would honestly love to know what you all would write on your Etch-a-Sketch Valentine. If you've got something clever, put it in the comments. I would love to hear what you have to say, because me and Lauren were trying to come up with some really funny ones. It doesn't have to be appropriate. I mean, it can be inappropriate.
I mean, y'all know me.
I just want to hear everything.
Listen, if we wouldn't have had so many people on our live for New Year's Eve, you all know me, like, a motivational water bottle would have been inappropriate if I was making it for myself.
Lauren really likes the tough love. It would have had cuss
words all the way down it.
So funny. Anyways, so this is our scratch off paper we're going to be working with today. Let me take it out of the wrapper. This stuff feels exactly how you would think it would feel, if that makes sense. It just feels like a lottery ticket. It's kind of this thin paper, and the backing almost feels like parchment paper, or like, I don't even know what you would say. It's very thin, but these are basically clear after you, they are clear after you scratch them off. So you apply them to the paper and then you can scratch it off, and it shows whatever you've printed on your print and cut. Okay, so that's kind of the little hack here, so that you can make your own custom ones. You can use this paper for lots of different materials, and you're going to be able to cut this into different shapes. So obviously you don't have to do it in this Etch-a-Sketch model. You could do this for, I don't know, there's lots of different scratch off Pinterest projects you could find.
This would also be a really cute one for like Father's Day, to do a Father's Day card, but do like a lottery ticket type thing.
Oh, that'd be cute. I was thinking really a gender reveal.
That would be
like
cute.
Have everyone scratch for a gender reveal, or like an I'm pregnant card, or I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot. If you look for scratch off projects on Pinterest, there's a lot. So the paper is from
Amazon.
Oh, really?
I bought it from Amazon, yeah.
Oh, I linked my scratch off. That's what, okay, so the shop must be on Amazon, because I linked like our little invoice we got. I went to that website and linked it directly from the website, and it's called My Scratch Offs. MyScratchOffs.com. The #1 leader in scratch offs apparently is a thing.
Oh.
So, but you can get it on Amazon. I don't know what the price difference would be then. Lauren, do you want to check?
It's right here.
Is it cheaper one way or the other?
Let's see, we got a 10-pack. It's not cheap either way. Like not super cheap. A 10-pack on Amazon is $28.50.
Okay.
And the reason I got that one was because the 5-pack was $19.99.
Oh.
So for like $9 more, you get 5 more things.
Yeah. And y'all, like one sheet of this is going to give you like, I don't even know, 6 of the Valentines that we're making. So you're not even going to end up using all of it, depending on how big your class is or how many Valentines you're giving out. So, you know, we've got them linked below for you guys though. So if they, for some reason, go out of stock on the My Scratch Offs, you can find them on Amazon as well. If you want, we can add that link in later. Yeah. I can add the Amazon link in.
I can't because I don't have access to the back end, or I would add it right now myself.
Yeah, we'll add it here in a little bit. And
I'll take care of it. I know somebody that can.
She knows some people.
I know some people. I'll take care of the Amazon link and get it to you guys.
Okay, so we have the paper. We need a light grip mat because we are going to be doing a print and cut with cardstock. I'm just using like a 60-pound cardstock today. And then obviously you're going to need an inkjet printer and your Cricut machine. We're using the Cricut Maker today. You can make this with any machine that has print and cut compatibility. So that's everything that you're going to need. It does seem expensive for these. This is like a specialty craft item. So it's very specific. If you're going to get them, like have an idea of what you're going to do with them before you just go purchasing, because they are kind of pricey. But really, they're super cute. So we've got Design Space pulled up, but let's go snag our font and our image from the Maker's Gonna Learn website. So I quickly use this Hunter font. For some reason, it reminds me of the Etch-a-Sketch, but also I feel like an actual sketch font would be really cute here. We'll do some of both and you guys can see what you think. So let's download this font.
I don't know about, since we're doing print and cut, I like the idea of the actual sketch font, but they're just really thin when you flatten them. But I like if you go to like the hand lettered font of our website.
Yeah, let's go see.
And like some of the fonts that don't look fully filled in, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I love using in instances like this.
Yes. So like these are our sketch fonts that I was talking about. I could technically add an offset and make them a little bit thicker, but I wanted it, there was like a script sketch font that in my brain is what it looks like when you write on these.
Yeah.
And I think I tried it and it just didn't look right. You know what I'm saying? But you could totally do more of like a handwritten font for this. And honestly, it doesn't matter which one you use, but if you wanted it, like this would be kind of cute, I feel like.
Also,
or like this.
our friend Jen just said, Valentine, I can't shake your love.
Oh,
that's a cute one too.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, I love these, y'all. This is gonna be fun. Spunky's kind of cute. He's kind of cute.
I'm still not. I'm not inspired just yet.
Nothing's like singing to you.
Not.
It has to be like just the right. Oh, this is kind of cute.
I really like that one.
Okay, that feels right. You know when your heart sings when you're looking for stuff. My heart sang.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna use Transcendence for one, and then we'll use Hunter for one, so you guys can see both beside each other. So I'm going to install my font, and we can revisit that here in a second. Let's go get our image. This is the Valentine sketch pad. All the links to these are in the description below, so you all can download everything straight from the description.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, we made this easier for you guys, but you made this just out of basic shapes, did you not?
Actually, Courtney made this file.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it is basic shapes. It's a rounded rectangle, hearts, and a font.
Yeah.
So, and it's an SVG, which I love when we are doing print the cut and we start with an SVG because I can customize it first.
That's like my favorite.
Yeah, because I was going to make these for my best friend's daughter for her class, and I thought I'd love to add her name at the bottom. If this was a PNG, it wouldn't be as easy. I could do it, but it wouldn't be as easy.
Or
you
could cut it's not an SVG? Can you use it as an SVG?
It said it was an SVG. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, what I'm thinking is you just flatten and cut out that part, the middle part. Yeah. And like, what if you use that burgundy glitter as the background of the... and then like had foam dots on the little hearts. So like they stood up.
Okay, so
but then you couldn't do, like, it couldn't say scratch me on the bottom. That's where it's going to get you.
We could make it happen, but we won't. Because we've already promised the Print and Cut project.
Asher's will be that glitter.
But the glitter, we're going to have to order more of that red glitter.
I know.
Listen, Ashley Falco put out a wine glitter. If you guys haven't heard, we're obsessed with it. It's like the most beautiful color red, and it's so sparkly. It's amazing. Anyways, that's what Laura's talking about. So this comes in as a grouped SVG. So when I say grouped, you can see in the layers panel, it says Valentine Sketchpad, but then underneath it, we've got all 4 of these sub layers, okay? So when it first comes in, we can go ahead and resize it, and let's see, it's 7 by 6 now. Let's make this like 4 inches wide, which makes it like 3. Is that how big I'm at? That feels small to me. Hold on. Let me measure the ones that I have here because I feel like these are a perfect size. And really, you can make these as big or as small as you want them to be. This one's actually 5. So let's adjust. We'll change this to 5. Make sure your shape is locked. When I say locked, make sure that little lock is locked in and it doesn't look like that. When you're adjusting shapes, you want to make sure it's locked so everything adjusts proportionally, okay? Janice says, I'm picturing you and me. I love it. Susan, Ashley Falco's glitter. It's Celebration Warehouse is the brand. Just search Celebration Warehouse and go look at their cardstock. It's gorgeous. So this is the size that I want. I'm going to zoom in really good for you guys so you can see really close what's going on. Okay, so before we do anything, I'm going to need to duplicate our little square guy. So what I like to do, if it's already grouped, you can just click on the sub layer and like whatever portion you need to duplicate, and you can hit duplicate. You don't have to ungroup it to duplicate it, okay? You could just duplicate it that way. This is gonna be our scratch off layer, so I'm just gonna go ahead and change that to silver or gray. And I'm going to change this one that's black on our original image to white. If we do not change it to white, it's going to print out black. Now, you could make it gray. I mean, the original Etch-a-Sketch has a gray background, doesn't it?
It does.
But I feel like that won't pop as much.
It won't when you scratch. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I do like the white and like having the gray as like it looks like an Etch-a-Sketch before you scratch it.
Look, this is what it will look like. So you can see we did a white background. I feel like if we did a gray background, It just wouldn't look right. Okay.
This is also the place right now where you can really customize even the Etch-a-Sketch. If you wanted the Etch-a-Sketch to be different colors, which you all know the original Etch-a-Sketch, they're all red.
Yeah,
but
red is
if you
the
wanted
classic.
to, you could.
Right. So, and if you do want to go in here and customize any of this, you totally can. So like if you wanted, instead of red, which I feel like it needs to be red to really get the point across, I think when you're designing things that look similar to other things, you don't want to veer off of staple moments in the design piece. So like if it's a red, like if it's known for being a red wagon or like a red truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? You want to kind of keep it the same. Now, if you're wanting to do like school colors or something, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's still cute. It's still a cute little scratch off card. But like now that it's purple, it's not giving Etch-a-Sketch. It's giving scratch off card.
True.
Only.
True.
When it's red, it's like, oh, that kind of looks like that's giving me nostalgia. You know, you want people to feel something.
Yeah.
Okay, let's undo it because I want this shade of red. You guys want the hex code? I'm just kidding. You don't need it. You don't need it because if you download it, it'll automatically go. And then we have our Scratch Me. Now, if you wanted to add like from so-and-so, what I would do is just select that word in your sub layers and you can kind of scooch this up a little bit, not much. You don't want us to get too close to the top there. And you can just add another text box and type in who it's from. Or let's put love Hallie. And then you can do a font. Now, I'm not sure if this is one of our fonts or just like an image. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we can just pick a pretty font.
It looks like the one we had picked.
What do you mean?
The, you know what I'm saying? The one that we...
Oh, the Transcendence?
Transcendence.
Let's see.
I bet we don't
Oh, I haven't refreshed. Okay, so we downloaded our fonts. Let's go ahead and save our project to Valentine's card. We're gonna save it. And then we've got to refresh because we downloaded those fonts earlier and Design Space doesn't recognize it until we reload the whole project. So make sure you always save before you go to do that. And then I can select this and let's go find that Transcend font or Transcendence.
So Melissa had a good idea, and like I was similar but not the same.
Right.
Anyway, she said this could be a fun mystery date night. Plan with some different simple dates, and then it's a surprise which the one the partner picks. This would be a really good like Valentine's gift for your significant other.
Yeah.
That you just put a bunch of them in like a container, and so like on date nights, they just pick one out and scratch it off, and that's what you guys do.
That's a cute idea.
Like it could be the gift that keeps on giving.
Wow, you're romantic. I didn't even know.
I mean, I keep that part of me hidden.
That's hilarious. Okay, so this font looks weird and white, but I promise it looks cute. I did the Lemon Drop font. Let me put it in black so y'all can see better. I mean, that's cute, right? I am going to shrink this Scratch Me a little bit. It's like hugging that edge just a little bit too close for comfort to me. Mm-hmm. Okay. Does it sound weird to say Scratch Me, love Hallie?
I would honestly almost put the love Hallie in the scratch off.
Okay, we can do that.
And just to scratch me on the outside.
That's a great idea, actually. In that case, let's make it big again and put it back. Okay, so is everybody with me? I feel like I've been all over the place. I'm etching my name on your heart, Maribel says. Y'all are so creative.
I know.
Just cannot. Okay, so we've got our file the way that we want it. We reloaded Design Space. Now our fonts are in Design Space for us. So what we need to do is decide what we want to put in here. We're going to open a text box. I'm going to change my font to Transcendence. And right here. And what was the one saying a minute ago that I just loved so much?
Hold on, I'll find it.
Oh, I can't shake you away.
Hold on, it's right.
It had shake in it.
Yep, give me 2 seconds.
I ran out of water right before we started our live stream.
Oh, hold on. Can't shake me away. Happy Valentine's Day.
Can't shake
Me away. From our friend Smart Size.
These are so cute, you guys. I can't. Okay, this is huge. Sorry. Click off of it. Meow, meow. Okay. Can't shake me away. How cute.
That's so cute.
I love it. Ruby says, I love it.
I love it.
I love it. Okay, I don't love the font.
I'm not either.
It doesn't look nearly as catchy as it did before. Let's change it to Hunter. This is what I did for the other ones. I like this paired with this, and I think that's why I like it better.
Yep, agreed.
Okay. Can't shake me away. Happy Valentine's Day. Let's give a capital D. Are there any other spelling mistakes?
No, but I would probably take where it says me,
Yeah.
hit back, and then try to put it on the same line, and then away. I would hit enter on away.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh.
Nope, I don't like that either.
Yeah. I'm going to have me and away on the same line.
Yeah, okay.
If anything, I put Happy Valentine's Day on the same line. Let's do that.
And just make it smaller?
Yeah. I'm going to select what I don't want. I'm going to hit Command X. That's going to cut that off. And we can make this way bigger. I'm going to get a new text box, hit Command V, which is going to paste what I cut, hit the backspace key, and shrink it down. I think that looks better.
I like it. And then you can put Love Hallie underneath if you wanted to.
Yes. Okay. I'm just going to duplicate. And then we'll put Love Hallie. I wonder if I could do like a... No, that looks awful. Love Hallie. That's cute. Then I'm going to select everything, go to align center horizontally, and it's going to make everything line up right in the center. Okay, cuteness, right? Yeah. Okay, so they're not, are they going to be cut or printed? Right now, let me show you guys what's happening right now. So I just typed out all of these words, right? We've been talking about how this is a print then cut. I can't stop here after my design is done because I haven't flattened my image, okay? Everything on here needs to be flattened together. And if it's not, it's going to try to cut out all of these letters out of our paper, which we absolutely do not want. I'm also going to change this to black because when you pull in text into Design Space, it defaults to this charcoal gray color. And it may look black to you, but it's not.
Oh, it definitely doesn't look black when you do that.
Now when you change it, look.
It looks so much better.
Yeah, so much. So
I wonder why it defaults to that dark gray instead of black.
I don't know. Oh, and you know what else I did? I changed the scratch me to pink. Like just for funsies. I changed that the other day.
So like hot pink?
No, light pink. Like very light pink.
Oh.
I love pink and red together. Okay, it's like my favorite. I tried to get the Valentine's Day Stanley. It's pink and red. I have one Stanley, okay? Tanner and Courtney got it for me last October.
Oh, I've never bought a Stanley either.
Me neither. But I wanted that one so bad.
I have one, but I've never bought one for myself.
That's hilarious. Okay, so I'm just going to do like a red and pink situation here. And look, okay, now we've got it exactly how we want our design, okay? Remember, if you want to change the colors of the image that you pulled in from Maker's Gonna Learn, you can go into your subcategories, your sub layers, and change them. You could even change the colors of the hearts. But like I said before, you don't want to alter the, like, I guess, what am I trying to say? Like, you don't want to alter the nostalgia.
Right.
Of the Etch-a-Sketch, which is a red border, white handles.
White knobs.
And actually, scratch me if it was in gold. That wowould be money right there. Because the Etch-a-Sketch is in gold on the original gold. Or on the original one. So, anyways, this is what I like. I think everything looks really good. Let's go ahead, select it all. And we're going to flatten. Okay. Can you guys see how different it looks? Especially down here. Yeah. All those black lines go away.
Yeah.
Because now it's just going to cut around our image, it's not going to cut out any of this stuff because we flattened it. And you can even see, look, all those layers that were here disappeared. Okay. Yep. So love it. If you wanted to do multiple different sayings, you could always like duplicate that first and then flatten them separately after you change the text or whatever. Yep. But this will be the easiest way to do it.
Like do 4 or 5 different ones. Not put kids' names. This is my favorite, is doing, being able to do Valentine's. Like if you have kids or grandkids and you do Valentine's for like school. I don't know about you guys, but like where Asher goes to school, they only have one party in their classroom, and that's Valentine's Day.
Oh,
they don't do Christmas parties. They don't do, because there's so many other kids that are from different religions, different backgrounds. And Valentine's Day is just a general,
it's love.
We love everybody.
Yeah.
So this is the one thing that I probably will go a little bit more all out on.
Yeah.
Which I'm not mad about, because I would feel terrible if there was like all these different parties and me being a crafter didn't go all out on them.
Yeah.
But
they know.
You can do like 5 different sayings, not have to put kids' names on them, and just let your kids handle them out.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Yeah, it really would make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
It really would. So I've got, this is like our print and cut is already done. Now, you would think that we're done over here, but what I found is whenever we go to place these scratch off pieces, it's a lot easier if they're like a smidge bigger than this white square. Because otherwise we're gonna have to line it up like perfect, and I really don't wanna have to do that. So what I did was I duplicated the shape in the very beginning. What I'm gonna do though is add an offset, and nothing crazy. Let's do like a point, not even that, y'all, like a 0.05. Well, 0.08. Yeah. Okay, so do a 0.08 offset. Let me see what happens if I make my edges sharp. Nothing. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and hit apply. And then I'm going to delete that original square because it's the same size as our white square, and I'm not gonna have a good time trying to lay this vinyl down by hand if it's exactly the same size. Giving myself that 0.08 inch of a leeway is really gonna help. Even though it doesn't seem like it would do much, it really does help. And so now you can see it's gonna cover this up. It's gonna be a lot easier to lay down, and you're good to go.
Or do you have paper in the printer?
I do. Oh, do I? I started to put some in there.
I'll go check, but then I said something to you about, is the 9500 on this computer?
You're right, and then I didn't. And then I didn't put any paper.
I distracted you.
Okay, I'll send it to the 8100 then.
You might can find the 9100 on there.
Let me see.
If you just look for something online.
Okay, let's look. Let's go to make it. And then, okay, so, and you can see I could do more than one on here. Let's just, so from the make it screen, if you wanted to do 2 on here, you could bump up the project copies and hit apply. So you could fit 2 on a sheet of paper. Now, if you really wanted to use your resources, you could make these quite a bit smaller and maybe fit like 3 or 4. I don't know. You don't want to make them too small though. So I'm gonna stick with just our 2. And then over here, it obviously duplicated that as well for our scratch offs. So next we're gonna go to continue. Deb, I could have made the gray square just a smidge bigger. It's like 10 ways to skin a cat. I keep saying that and I don't know if I'm saying it right. Okay, send to printer. We're gonna use there it is. Okay, 9500 series, that's the one you put it in?
Yep.
Okay, now y'all know most of the time we turn the bleed off. For this project, we're gonna keep the bleed on because it's a full color image, as in the color is touching the edges, and I want the red to go all the way past the edge. So if my calibration is even slightly off, I'm not gonna get that ugly white border. So I'm gonna keep the bleed on, and we're gonna use the system dialog and hit print. And it's gonna pop up behind design space. We're using a thicker, or we're using a medium cardstock. We're gonna feed it to the rear tray at best quality and then hit print. Easy peasy.
Oh, I just heard something go beep, beep, beep.
Could be the printer, could be our door, because it sounds exactly the same. You're the Scratch My Itch was a really funny one. Mel's Media. Can someone please verify what's the print and cut allowance for 8.5 by 11? Do you mean like how big? I think it's like 6.75 by 9.25. Yeah.
If you're using 8.5 by 11, I think it might be more than that now that the registration box. Mm-hmm. Actually, no, don't. I was about to say you can go back to the main screen and make. It also depends on how many, like what all you're putting on your print and cut. Right. If you want one image.
Right. It only will go so big. If you're doing like a bunch of million little stickers, you can like shove it up in the sides.
The cool thing about Design Space now is it pops up a warning sign. So if you want to print it on an 8.5 by 11 and you want to make it as large as possible, just scale whatever you're wanting to do up as much as you can. And then there will be a warning sign pop up, and we'll show you here in a minute.
Yeah.
That will tell you what it has to be sized to fit on an 8.5 by 11. Or you can change the paper size if you have a printer that prints larger.
Right. So lots of options there, and I'll show you guys here in a second.
Beautiful.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, that red that looks good.
Looks good.
And I printed on the other printer, and my red looks like that.
It looks more
burgundy.
Like,
I don't know, it's not. This is classic right here.
It looks more like Ron.
Yeah, this is more Ron. This is more Ronald McDonald. I'm actually proud of that joke.
That's a good one.
It just came out of me.
It just caressed the hole and it came.
I'm going to cut in Design Space under medium cardstock. And we're just using our fine point blade for this. And we're just going to go ahead and load it into our Cricut machine. If you're about to do a lot of print and cut, make sure to calibrate your machine first and put in a fresh blade. If you need new blades, Amazon has tons of Cricut replacement blade options. It doesn't void your warranty. Everybody thinks it voids your warranty, but it doesn't. So a lot of people say that. Cian says, I know tons of people who say it to mean unavailable. That is so funny. Anyways, so let's see if this cut out. Before I remove it, we want to make sure it cut out all the way, and sure enough, it did. So we're going to remove it from our machine. And you know when we're working with paper, we like to go with gravity. So flip your mat over, and we're just going to delicately peel these off so they don't bend. And I'm going to take this off because it's extra. Look how stinking cute.
So anyway, there's lots of meanings for out of pocket.
Yeah, well, we learned something today. Okay, so there's our pieces. Now we're going to be cutting our scratch off paper. So I'm just going to line this up right up here. Okay. And there's no scratch off paper cut setting, okay? But it's definitely not medium cardstock. We're going to cut this, what did I cut this under? A metallic something or other. Let's go metallic vinyl, I think is what I use, metallic vinyl. We're gonna hit done. We'll use the fine point blade for this.
Okay, quick question. Are you wanting to cut all the way through that, or are you just wanting to cut the top layer?
I guess I want to cut all the way through.
Because what does it, like, do you have to peel something off the back for it to stick to it?
Yeah, it's like a sticker.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, I'll show you. So we use metallic vinyl, and I'm like 98.9% sure I used that cut setting, and it gave me little square stickers.
Also, Carol says that we should show them why we added bleed to give us a little bit of insurance to not show the white. Like pull in
Yes. I'll show you.
So this is why we use bleed.
So the red squares there, that is the bleed. If we didn't have that, it would be a lot closer to the edge, and you may have possibly gotten some white like on your actual cutout. You may have had some white around the edges. But when you add the bleed, you prevent that from happening, okay?
Yeah.
Jessica, we got the scratch. You can get it on Amazon or myscratchoffs.com, and it's linked below for you all.
We also added the Amazon link for you guys. You can order this on Amazon. I don't know if it's any, like the price is any different. Let me look.
It's the same product. We just don't know if the price is different.
Let me look at the So there's scratch off vinyl and scratch off paper linked below. Guys, that's the same thing. They're just from 2 different ones. The first one is the Amazon link, and the second one is the, okay, so it's the same price, actually.
Oh, okay.
I lied. I think on Amazon it's 28, nope, yeah. On Amazon it's $28.49. On the My Scratch Off page it is $28.50.
Okay.
So a penny.
A penny.
A penny.
If you want to save a penny. Okay, so this didn't cut all the way through. I think if I used more pressure, it would have. So metallic vinyl, more pressure. Because it cut, you can see, I like had to rip it off. Let's just try it again. Because I want to give you guys the right cut settings if you are buying this, so you don't have to waste your paper, and we can waste our paper instead.
But you can still use that.
Oh yeah, I can still use them, and I'm going to. But I just want to show you guys a proper cut setting real fast, because I feel like I cut it all the way through the first time, so I'm thinking that I did more pressure with metallic. That time it did not go all the way through.
But if you didn't want it to go all the way through, I would think
less pressure.
You could do like washi tape setting and just peel the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if I do understand wanting it to cut all the way through too.
Right. Let's just try. Let's just try it. So, and then it's like little individual pieces.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so while that's cutting, so we're trying that one metallic, more pressure. I'm gonna put these pieces onto here. Now, I'm not using any transfer tape for this because this is more of a delicate surface. You don't wanna scratch it, so be very careful when you're taking the backing off. But you can see it's black on the back, okay? And then it's the silver on the front. I kind of bent this edge a little bit. And you're just gonna want to line this up. We're just eyeballing it. I know you guys loved eyeball. Okay. And then I just use my hands to get this stuff down because you don't want to take a burnishing tool and go over that. You don't want to take your fingernail or anything along those lines. You just want to be very careful. Okay.
I almost had a panic attack.
Why?
Did you not hear somebody walk in the door?
I did.
It's Brooks.
Oh, Brooks.
I thought somebody was breaking in on us.
They were coming in on us to get us. Okay. I mean, it didn't even work better. But did I use this machine? I don't know. So Lauren thinks if you just want to do like a kiss cut, you should do metallic vinyl, less pressure. Because this was just metallic vinyl, more pressure, and it cut almost exactly the same as the regular for some reason. Honestly, with it tearing though, it makes it easier for you to peel off the backing. I'll say that. Because it gives you like that little start, because it's hard to get that started. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I would do metallic vinyl, less pressure.
That way you keep it on the...
It stays on one sheet. It wouldn't be cut out individually. It'd just be like cut on the sheet. So you could fit as many as you wanted onto one sheet, and then you would just individually peel off all the little squares.
Yeah.
So that's it. And then I didn't bring a quarter or a penny in here.
Let me see.
You can snag my wallet. I know I got a quarter in there. And we'll scratch it off just to show you guys exactly how it works. What do y'all think? Do you guys have questions? Yes, you could totally, and I brought the brayer in here. Excuse me.
There was one sitting on the
Oh, I bet that was the
table.
one. You can bray over top of it too, and then all you gotta do is scratch it off.
Also, someone asked if we were using the paper or the vinyl that's linked down below. I said this earlier, but I want to make sure that we are clear about it so that you all don't get confused. The one that says vinyl is the Amazon link. The one that says paper is just the myscratchoffs.com link. It's the exact same product.
Yep.
One is just from Amazon, so if you have Amazon Prime, you could get like free shipping. The other one is just from the website.
Y'all, look how stinking. The kids are gonna love. When
They
I was
really
little, I was like, let me scratch it off.
Let me scratch it off.
Let me scratch a lottery ticket. Okay, and then look how cute. I cannot. Isn't that so fun? I'm going to dust this in the trash can. And I also thought, okay. I thought I dusted it in the trash can, but there we go. Look at it, it's darling.
That is so cute.
I thought it would be cute even to get the little magnadoodles from the Dollar Tree and like punch a hole in this and attach it to that. So they can have like their own little magnadoodle.
That would be cute.
But I mean, Etch-a-Sketch magnadoodle, it's like similar but not.
Oh, I wonder if you could get mini Etch-a-Sketches on Amazon.
You can. I don't know how cheap they are though. I know we have one. My sister had one growing up that was this size. We had a big one and then we had a small one like this. And these are not cheap.
We are going to learn an amazing new skill today, and we're going to be making our very own notepads that you all can make from home. I mean, these are so nice, y'all. I am very, very impressed. Like, let's just go overhead. I want to show you guys how, like, look at this. How professional these look. They look like you bought them from a store.
Oh, for sure. And the way it peels off too,
I mean,
exactly like a store-bought one.
Are y'all ready? Like, let's just peel these. What? It peels so nice. Now, I did notice that on the, like the title says a sticky note, they're not gonna be sticky. It's more like a notepad. Like this is a tearaway notepad that we're doing. So this is what we are going to be making today. Supplies are very, very minimal. Now the cool thing about this is these are already, we have files. We actually have 3 or 4 different files that you can just automatically download from our website, pop them into Design Space, size them the way that you want to, and print and go. However, these are something like you can customize these to make them your own. So if you wanted to put like notes, or if you wanted to even like put in little, what am I trying to say? Like doodles down here to make it your own, or like put your name down here, or from the desk of yada, yada, yada. You can do that. And you can really customize and make these make them your own. So we're gonna teach you guys how to do that today. Like I said, the supplies are very, very minimal for this. We're gonna be starting off with, I'm gonna be using, this is the brand that we have here in the office, the Astro Brights. I actually just bought this personally from Walmart, so you all can buy these. We are using this is a 65-pound cardstock. You don't have to use a cardstock if you don't want to. I just feel like a cardstock this 65-pound is a really good, it's substantial. It's not super light, but it's also flexible enough. Like I don't feel like, I like this 65-pound cardstock for this project. Next up, and this is gonna be optional. You guys don't have to do this, but we are gonna be using the thin craft board. This is the Cricut thin craft board. Pretty much what this is it's just a very thick cardstock. In this brown craft color, and that just kind of gives it that backing, and I think that's what takes it to the next level for this.
Oh, for sure.
Because before, without that, it just kind of looked unfinished, but with this brown on the back, it's what makes it truly look like, store-bought. Yes, this would be a great grocery checklist. There's so many things you can do with this. You could even make a chores checklist for your kids.
That would be a good idea.
Like either a daily chores checklist, or I don't know about you guys, but we'll go back to one for a second. But growing up, we had in my house what we called Saturday cleaning. And I feel like this sounds, when I tell people we had this, some people are like, yeah, we did too. Some people are like, no, we didn't do that. But my mom, we always had Saturday cleaning. So we would keep the house clean throughout the week. But then on Saturday, we would do more of like a deep clean. And us girls, because I'm the oldest of 3, we had to participate, and we all had things that we had to do. So that meant our deep clean Saturday cleaning was, we would scrub the bathrooms, the showers, the bathtubs, we would we would vacuum, mop, all of that stuff, dust, like a normal a normal deep clean, but we compiled it all on Saturday, and we would do it before, our goal would be to have it done before like 1 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock, and then we could go do whatever in the afternoon Saturday. So, and we still do that to this day. So I think this would be like a great Saturday cleaning or deep cleaning checklist. So many things that you can do with this. So I love this project, but we'll go back overhead and continue with the materials that we need. So we've talked about the cardstock, we've talked about the craft board. You are going to need light grip mats. This is just to cut your notepads out. Now I am gonna have 2 because I'm gonna have one going, and while one's cutting, I'm gonna be loading the other one with the second, and then it's like gonna be rapid fire for this, okay? Daphne asked, what weight is the craft board cardstock? This is about a kind of like 110 pound weight cardstock. So if you don't have this, you don't have to buy the actual Cricut craft board. You can buy a heavyweight cardstock in whatever color you want. So this is about 110 pounds if I had to guess. And the star of the show for today's project is going to be Maker's Magic. This is what is literally the glue that holds it all together. This is the star of the show. This is the secret sauce. This is what you're gonna have to keep your notepad together. So this is the sauce. This is the secret sauce here. So we do have Maker's Magic, and then of course we have a paintbrush to put it on with. The other thing that we have are these little binder clips. Now you don't have to be bougie and have cute ones. These come out of Sadie's desk. Y'all know Sadie's bougie. And I went and I asked her, I said, do we have like those black binder clips? She's like, I don't think we have any black ones, but I have these. And I was like, of course you would. That would be great. Susan even said a recycled cereal box. You could do that and use the inside of this, like use a recycled cereal box for this. That would work for the backing as well. So literally right here, those are our materials for our notepad. Super simple, right?
So easy.
I mean, if there was one thing that you may not have, I'm not gonna say probably don't, but if there is one thing that you all didn't have, it would probably be the Maker's Magic. This you are going to find on Amazon. It is linked down below. You can purchase it on Amazon. You can go to their website and purchase as well. Either place, this is going to be the best stuff. Now, with all of that being said, I say let's go ahead and jump into it, y'all. Today is going to be, it's so easy. Like, I think your mind is going to be blown at how easy this is. What's gonna take the longest is cutting our files out. That's it. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and hop over to our share screen, and here we are going to show you what we have. Now, if you go to, let's just go to makersgonnalearn.com and I'll show you exactly how to get here. So whether you start out on this page or if you start out on our dashboard, we'll go to our dashboard. First of all, if you are new to our channel, this is what we call the dashboard. This is the hub of our website. I'm obsessed with it. You can go to your cut files, fonts, access to our Facebook group, our resource library, classes, courses, everything you can find within your dashboard. So we're gonna start out on our dashboard, and first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to cut files. And yes, Karen, we are actually gonna have our Cricut cut the pages out. So don't worry, we're not gonna hand cut these. We're gonna have our Cricut cut these out. So from your dashboard, first of all, look at these adorable new files.
So cute. Look at the
literally
record ones.
Can't.
Oh my gosh.
First of all, I have not seen this new back to school one.
Oh my goodness.
I'm obsessed. Like, I want to do that. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to get distracted by all our files. So, what you're going to do is you are going to search notebook. And then from there, you're gonna get to choose. Now, these are the ones that we have already pre-made for you. This is the one that I'm gonna be using today, the notebook page 1. This one is also super, super cute. Like, look at that, guys. Is that not adorable? I love it. And then the other one is this one, which is also super cute. I think it's adorable, but there was just something about like a classic notebook page that I just really liked. So this is the one we're gonna be using today. What you're going to do is you're gonna click this arrow pointing down to download it. From there, you're going to double click it, make sure you unzip that. And then we're gonna go back to Design Space. I'm going to cancel this. Yes, we're gonna cancel the cut. Cancel. Y'all, I was getting ready. We'll hide this for right now. And then from there, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to upload. We're going to upload image. You all know me, I love going from my Finder. This is the notebook page 1. We're going to drag and drop back into Cricut. We want to upload this as a complex file. We're going to click continue. And then we are going to apply and continue. Donna asks, is the pink background print or do you need pink paper? Donna, the pink background does print for you. You do not have to use pink paper. So just keep that in mind. You do not have to use pink paper. It does print pink. And then we are going to select the print and cut image and upload that. And then select it and add it to Canvas. And y'all, other than sizing, now you can see this boy comes in really big, really, really big. So all we have to do is resize, and that's pretty much it.
That's crazy.
It's that simple. We have made it that simple for you guys. If you want to make it simple, it can be simple. If you want to add other touches, you can do that as well. That is gonna be completely up to you. So the size that we have is I'm pretty sure it's a 5x7, but let me double check. I'm wanting to say I did do a 5x6, I did a 4x6-ish. Actually, let me unhide this. Let's go here. And I'm gonna select this one. Okay, so I have 5.5 by 4. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna hide this back again and then we'll pull this in. Hide, beautiful. Okay, so we are going to make sure this stays locked. We're gonna put our width in as 4, and that is going to be the size of our notebook. Did y'all see that? That's all I did. Let's go back. Select, making sure our little lock stays on because we want this to stay locked. And then we're going to the width, highlight all that, punch in the number 4, hit enter, boom. That's the size we need. Very complicated, right? I mean, I love it. Now, let's talk about if you want to customize some things that you can do. So we'll start out, maybe you have this as, maybe you might want to keep it as notes, or maybe you want to just add a checklist to this. So something you can do, this is optional. What you can do is we can go to our shapes in just a minute. Maybe it will pull up. So Joanne said, how much does it cost for a yearly membership? If you sign up for our 7-day free trial and you choose the yearly membership route, I'm pretty sure with the discount that you're going to be saving, I'm pretty sure it brings it to $197 for the year, which is a steal, an absolute steal. Okay, shapes, I'm going to choose a square. I'm going to size this square down, and you can size it to however big or however small you want. And then from there, I'm going to change it from a basic cut to a pen, and that's going to leave an open checkbox kind of thing. So after that, what you can do is duplicate it, and then just add in your check boxes there. And I'll show you how we can, and we're just gonna keep duplicating. And what we can do, let me zoom in a little bit more because it's like not wanting to. So we're gonna keep duplicating, adding our check boxes. And then what you can do is select all of your check boxes, and we'll go to align, and we're gonna align them to the left. And so now they're in a very neat row, okay? So after you've done that, and this is if you want to make a checklist, you can come in with a text. This is obviously gonna come in. We'll zoom back out. We'll go to our fonts. Now, this is where you can choose what kind of font that you want. You can choose a sketch font. It really doesn't matter. I really like this typewriter font. Let's do that. I think this one's cute. So if you wanted to do like, let's do a chores checklist. So we'll do sweep. We're gonna size that down. And you can make it as large or as small, or if you want to leave it open and just write in your whatever you want as like a list, you can do that. But you can do sweep, and then we'll duplicate it again, and we'll do mop on this one. Bring it here, duplicate again. We'll do this one dust. But you all are getting the picture, right? Like you're getting where it's going. So, and then what I would do is I would have like my general chores. If you wanted to make a chores checklist, I would have my general chores here. And then I would leave a couple extra blank. That way I can add in my extra chores, because I don't know about you guys, but I have my general chores that I do. So that's just like general cleaning, clean the bathrooms, sweep, mop, dust, clean the doors, mirrors, you know, basic things like that. But we also like to add in extra chores each week, so that it's not chores you have to do every single week, but like clean the baseboards, or clean out something, like clean out the closet. You know, there's just little things that we like to do and add in at our house. So that would be a good thing, is have your general chores already done, and then leave some room for extra. But after you have done that and customized, made it however you want, what you can do is select everything and flatten it together. And that's it, guys.
Wow.
That's it.
That was so easy.
So easy. So if you wanted to make a grocery list, you could, what you can do for a grocery list, you could have like your general milk, bread, eggs, butter, you know, your general things. And then the last few places are check boxes. You can come in and leave them blank, so you can write in specific things that you need that week, like for certain recipes that you might be creating. So anyway, that is just what you are gonna do if you want to customize it, okay? From there, what I have found works best, especially for this size. Now for this size, I can only fit 2 of them on a page. So, but what happens is, let's say I duplicated this, we have 4 different things, and I go to make it, what it's gonna do is it's gonna put one of these pages on an individual page. Y'all, you know, I love to save space, and I'm gonna try every chance I get. So what I found was, if I turn it sideways, that I can fit 2 on there. But nobody wants to go in there and have to manually move that, go to this mat, move it to mat number 1, whatever. So what you can do is, we're gonna go to cancel, and I'm actually gonna delete these out. We're gonna start back from the beginning. What I have found works the best is, we are going to rotate this 90 degrees, okay? Rotate it 90 degrees. Then we're gonna duplicate it, pull it down, giving some room in between there, okay? And I'll zoom out so you guys can see it. So we have rotated it 90 degrees, pulled it down. Now what we're gonna do is select both of these and attach them together.
Okay.
That's it. Now what happens is, let's say I duplicate this 3 times or whatever, and we go to make it. Now you can see I have 2 pages on there and it works perfectly. Like, I don't have to go and manually move everything.
That is
So-
a crazy hack.
Right.
That is so good.
So that is why it is very important, especially for this project, to just go ahead and duplicate. I would rotate it 90 degrees, duplicate it, and then attach it together. That way you don't have to manually move everything around. Is this making, are we good? Is everybody on the same page? So I love it. Now, I'm gonna delete all of these because I have already printed quite a few pages. Y'all can see here, this is another thing that's gonna take a little bit of time, is printing all of your pages. So I have already printed quite a few of these. So I deleted those. I'm gonna bring back, and we'll go back to our share screen. I'm gonna bring back my original ones that I had. Can you change the matte color? Sure, I'll change it if you need me to. If that makes it better for you to see. Is that easier? So, now I've just brought these back in. What I'm gonna do, once you've customized, rotated, and attached, what we are then going to do is we're gonna go to make it, okay? Now, from there, you just have, honestly guys, you don't have to duplicate it on your mat however many times. All you have to do is do it once, and I'm gonna show you how I printed so many things. Now, it doesn't make sense, but just bear with me. So we have our one mat here. We've just got the one with the 2 on top, okay? You can change the notes. You would just have to cover that word up. You can't, because this is a PNG, you cannot, and let's just go ahead and talk about it. Let's go back. And I'll go ahead and just tell you guys how to change it real quick. Let me hide this because I don't want to change, I don't want to move those around because I already have those printed. I'll bring this one back in. We're gonna add it to canvas. Sizing it, it's unlocked. I'm gonna make sure I lock this. Sizing it back down to 4, okay? I'll zoom in and show you guys how you can change the word notes. This is what I would do, because you don't want to come in here and slice this out, this word. What I would do is I would grab a shape, a basic shape. We'll just grab this rectangle here. I would size it down like so. Now I know, just bear with me. If you wanted to make it the same color, there is a little bit, like, see how it's a little off? There's a way you can do this by finding this hex code. Let me show you how. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to our Google Chrome, because I do have a hex code edition. It's called a Color Pick eyedropper here. So what I'm gonna do, I have this Chrome add-on, okay? And if I have to, I will show you guys how to find the add-ons, but I'm going to grab this hex code. Oh, am I gonna be able to do it on?
You can always do it on the cut file on the website.
Oh yeah, I can do it on the cut file on the website. Beautiful, okay. So here is your hex code. What we're gonna do is copy it. We're gonna go back to Design Space. With this selected, I'm gonna go to Advanced, and I'm gonna add in that hex code. And it still looks different, but let me see once I flatten it if it's the same. I feel like it's pretty close.
It's really close.
So what you would do is just take a shape, cover up the word notes, and there is not an SVG of this to further customize. So sorry, these are just PNG files. It's not an SVG file, but you would just cover that up and then flatten it together so now you do not see the word. And then what you can do is come in with a text, whatever font you want. We'll just keep this, and you can add groceries. Size it down. It's going to be here, select it all, flatten it together. So, I mean, there are ways around these. If you don't want it to say notes, there are ways around it. So, just that is exactly how I would customize it, what I would do to customize. So this is how I do it. Now, Susan asked for 8.5 by 11. Could you fit 4 if they were 4 by 5? So I don't think you can, because it's not, you can't exactly, just because it's 8.5 by 11, Cricut does not allow you to go all the way to the edges. Does that make sense? So their bounding box, you have more room than you used to with the bounding box with Print and Cut, but you still do not have like completely to the edges if you want your Cricut to cut it. Now, if you want to download these, it's also one of those things, you can still customize it on Canva, but it's going to be different. But if you want to hand cut them and get more on one page, you could print it from Canva, but today we are just getting them, we're just doing them in Cricut. So this is what we're doing. We're getting 2 out of 1 page. How do you find that color grabber? I knew we would get this question, so let's just go ahead and I'll teach you how to do that as well, because it really is an amazing tool to use. I'm so picky with my colors. Like even looking at this screen, like I can see the difference in those 2 yellows personally. Not everybody's going to be able to see that. So I'm really picky about my colors. But what we're going to do is I'll show you how to grab that using hex codes. It's very important. So I would suggest using Google Chrome. Now from there, what you are going to do is we are going to we'll do this. So we're here. I'm pretty sure we can just type in Chrome hex code extension. Chrome hex color extension. Here you can see it's the Google one, hex color picker. You're going to select that, add it to Chrome, add your extension. There it is. And then what you would do, extensions, color pick. I think the one we just did was the hex color picker. You can pin it to your extensions up here. And then from there, we can go back, which I don't want to. I want to click off of this. Ooh. Let's do, I want to select it. Exit off. There we go. Beautiful. So we've selected this. And then what you would do is just come up here, whether you're using color picker or like this one is the eyedropper. We're going to, I like the color picker already. I'll just be real honest. This was a new one. Oh, there it is. And then you would select this, same thing. Okay. Is this, are we good? Are we good?
I think so.
Okay, beautiful. Yes, everyone's been saying, use this, use that. Absolutely, you don't have to use 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. This is just what we did. If your printer prints on 12 by 12, you can do that as well and fit more on it. We're just doing 8.5 by 11. I have found that 2 of them fit best. If you're doing a 4 by, it's actually a 4 by 5.5-ish notepad. So 2 fit best on 8.5 by 11. It just made it easy. It's not super expensive. Cardstock is not super expensive. So that's what we're doing today. So we're gonna go back to Design Space. I'm gonna delete this one out. Delete. Bring this guy back in. We'll zoom out. Remember, we were at the make it stage. We're gonna go to continue. Now, here is where it took me a minute to do this step, and I wish there was a simpler way to do this, because if there is, I personally I couldn't figure it out. I just wanted one mat because I'm just gonna be sending that same mat. I'm printing the same thing over and over, cutting the same thing. It's like an assembly line. So what I did is I would hit send to printer, select your printer, use system dialog. For this one, you can tell there is a difference between this white and the white on our notebook. So I did want to keep bleed on, okay? Always keep bleed on with this one. Select our printers. And actually what I did was, I think it's when you use system dialog, it doesn't let you do multiple copies at a time, but you always want to use system dialog because we want to make sure we turn on best quality print. So this is where it's one of those things you're gonna have to go back and send a printer, send a printer, send a printer, however many times, because we go to print, we pull this down, dialog pops up here, and it did not let me, see, it doesn't let me choose how many copies I want. Pages per sheet, border, two-sided, that's layout, paper handling, automatic. Can't choose how many there, watermark, we don't want a watermark, and this is just telling me the supply levels. So what I had to do, and what you all may have to do as well, is where I like feeding from rear tray, best quality print. While that's printing and I've got this pulled down, what I do is I go back here to printed, send to printer, use system dialog, print. It'll pop up here, feed from rear tray, best print. So now I know I've got 2 in the queue ready to print, and how you can check is if you go to your printer, you can see how many you have in the queue here. And then I'm gonna go back to Cricut, go back to printed, send to printer. And I know, guys, this seems very monotonous. Trust me, I know I didn't necessarily want to keep doing this either, but this is the only way I found that I could do it and not like go cut it, then go to the printer and do it back and forth, okay? So people are saying, can you do it from the make screen? No, you can't. Not that I know of. And like I said, if you do copies here, but you turn on system dialog, you can't control your copies. Like, it just grays them out. If you can do, I did update project copies. This is just what it's doing for me. If you can do it on your Cricut, more power to you.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. I just was not able to, and this is what I'm just trying to teach you what I did.
Just in case yours doesn't do that.
Now, someone said duplicate it several times. You can do that as well, but you have to go to each individual mat and like print. So I just found it best just to keep going back and printing and sending it to project copies. So from the make screen, we'll go back and we'll cancel. Yes, because I'll be able to print. Project copies. Once again, all that project copies is going to do is give you different mats. Okay, so watch. It's just going to give you different mats. I don't necessarily want all these different mats. I just want one mat because we're just doing the one thing multiple times. Okay? So you can do that if you want to, but it's not necessary. So now I'm going to hit I've already printed. I'm going to grab the other ones that I just printed, and I will be right back. So before we start cutting, we are going to learn how to calibrate real quick, okay? So we're gonna hit cancel. Yes, I'm gonna cancel the cut. With this specific project, with these being attached, it's okay for you to cancel the cut and come back to it, because if you keep it exactly where it is and you don't move it, it will still cut in the same area. So you're good to go. It's fine. Don't worry. So we're gonna go to cancel. We're gonna learn how to calibrate our machine together. Now, Cricut has moved calibration, so it is a little harder to find. And I don't know if you all follow us on Instagram or TikTok, but I did a reel a couple weeks ago, because I'm telling you all, I spent 30 minutes or more trying to figure out where to find calibration, and it irritated me so bad. I could not find it. Actually, before we go there, I'm gonna run out here and put there should be paper in the main tray, shouldn't there? Mm-hmm. Okay, don't have to do that. So what you need to do is up here where your account info is with the drop down menu, what we're gonna do, Lorraine, I've already saved it, we're good, we don't have to. But I'll save it anyway, just in case. We're gonna hit save. There we go, okay. So what we're gonna do with the drop-down menu, you're going to come to your settings. So in your settings, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to your machines. This makes no sense to me why you have to go to machines, but you have to go to machines. And then you have to go down here, you can see machine calibration. Now you have to select the device that you are going to be calibrating. Today we're going to be using an Explorer 3. So we're going to select Explorer 3 to calibrate, and then we're going to click Start. Okay? We are with the Explorer. The only calibration you can do with the Explorer is print and cut. Now if you have a Maker or a Maker 3, you are going to see a knife blade or print and cut. We're doing print and cut calibration for this. We're going to select print and cut. We're sending it to our Canon TS8100, and we're gonna click print. What that's gonna do is that is going to send it to our printer, the printer that you're gonna be using for print and cut. This is very, very important, okay? It's very important that you print your print and cut page from the printer that you plan on using for your Cricut. Does that make sense? We don't want to print it from a random printer that we don't want to use. We want to make sure we always print the calibration page from the printer we plan on using for our print and cut projects. Okay? So I'm going to go grab this really quick. Once you start seeing that the cuts are a little off, calibrate if you move your machine. One of the things is with us here at the studio, we will move, depending on what projects we make, we may have to move our machine. If we're doing sublimation, we'll move the Cricut off the table, put the sublimation printer on. If we're doing something that requires the Maker, we'll pull the machine off and put the Maker on there. So moving your machine may cause you to need to calibrate. When you notice that the cuts are off, you may need to calibrate. Really and truly, it's not a bad idea to calibrate, you know, once every month or so, just to make sure it stays right on the right track. So I would it's one of those things like just pay attention to your machine and you'll know when to calibrate. Okay, I think it's printed now. Beautiful. Okay, we will go overhead. This is what the calibration page is going to look like. It's a few boxes with lines and numbers and then lines and letters. So once it has printed, we'll go back to our share screen. We're going to click continue. What you're going to do is you're going to place the sheet in the top left corner of your mat. So I'm going to grab this mat here. And you're going to place the page with the numbers on the top, letters on the side, in the top left corner of your mat. We're just going to stick it down really good, okay? Beautiful. From there, we're going to click continue. We are doing it on the Explorer 3. We are connected via cord USB. We are not connected Bluetooth, but you can still do this if you are connected Bluetooth, okay? So you are doing this with your fine point blade, and what we're gonna do is we're now going to load our mat into our machine. Susan asked, is there a way to clean your machine? Like for printers, you send a cleaning page to clean print heads. There's really not a reason to have to clean your Cricut that I know of. Okay, so now we're going to press play. And Deborah said that, I don't think I've calibrated since I've had my machine, and you've had it for 3 years. I mean, if your machine is still cutting correctly, you may not have to calibrate. Honestly, you may not have to. That is just going to be something that you just need to pay attention to. But I just know that this machine, the last couple times we've done print and cut, it has not been very good. Not been very good. So what it's doing now is it's registering everything, and it's cut the box on the inside. It's a little off. I mean, it cut on the black line. You do not unload your machine at this point, okay? Do not unload your machine. You just want to see if it has cut on the line. Now, if it is on, which I wish you guys could see, if it's on the black, then, but it's still a little off, you do not need to do basic calibration. That is the point when you need to do fine calibration. If it's completely off the black square, then you need to do a basic calibration, and then you'll go back and do a fine calibration. This one is pretty much on the black center square, but still not perfect. So we're gonna go back to our share screen, and this is exactly what it's showing you. So if it is off like this one on the right, that means you need to do a basic calibration, okay? If it is on the black line, but it's still a little bit off, then you need to do a fine calibration, which is where we are at. So we want to select yes. We want to do a fine calibration because this is the one that we are getting right now. And then from there, we're gonna click continue. Now what it's gonna do is it's going to cut every single line across the top and every single line down the side, and then we choose which lines cut the closest. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to come over here, and let me come to this side. We are going to look at these lines that cut across and down, and we're going to choose which one cut, directly down the middle. So currently we're looking at number 10 and letter N. Number 10, letter N. So we're going to come back over here to our share screen. Top line is going to be, we're going to select number 10, right line, letter N. Then we're gonna click continue, and now it's going to cut the other square on our calibration sheet. And this is what Ty was saying by taking it out to check. So what you can do is if you wanna grab a weeding tool, you can take it out, and we'll even go overhead, and I'll show you both of these. Give me just a second. So overhead, you can see this was the first cut. Do you all see how we have a thicker black line at the top? Like, it wasn't terrible. It would have been fine had we sent our notebook pages through, but then we look at this one and we see how it's an even black line all the way across. That's what a fine calibration does, okay? So do you all see the difference? Can they see the difference in those?
I think so, yeah.
So that's what a fine calibration does, and why it is important if you want to get very precise cuts. Okay? So that's how you do that. Then we'll go back to our share screen, and then it will ask you, are you satisfied with the cut? You can either select yes or no. We're gonna select yes because I think that is great, and we're gonna click continue, and now you are done with calibration and you can unload your mat. Pretty simple, huh? I think the hardest part with calibration currently has been just finding where it's at, really and truly. So we're gonna go back to make it. Since we have calibrated our machine, I've already printed. Now, back overhead, we have loaded the first sheet onto our first mat. I am cutting this on the medium cardstock setting. From there, what we're doing is it's a rinse and repeat process, putting this mat in our Cricut, sending it through, and while that's cutting, we are going to load our next page on a second mat here, so that when that one's done, all we have to do is switch them out. It's gonna take a few minutes for our machine to cut all of these pages for our notepad. Zakiya said I'm doing my own design right now. I love that. If I was doing this for myself, I would for sure do my own design. Like I would probably take, I think we have an actual like notebook page file on our website. I would take it, shrink it down to the size I want it, and then I would add in my own little cut files, put my name on it, like from the desk of Lauren, from Lauren's desk.
That would be
and then I would
so
flatten
cute.
it all together. That's for sure what I would do.
I saw someone say that they could put a business logo on it.
Yes.
That would be so awesome.
A business logo would be great. Phenomenal. So once again, we're just gonna keep doing this. Okay? Motivation at the corner. I love that. I love that. What about the printing, if you have 3 printers, 2 for sublimation and 1 for stickers? I wouldn't calibrate my machine for sublimation stuff because you don't even have to use your Cricut really to cut out sublimation stuff unless you're wanting to cut it out, like if you're pressing onto sublimatable HTV. But we don't calibrate our sublimation printers at all. No. I think by the end of this, we will have, I don't know, you can do as many pages as you want. I think we have 10 pages or so, which would be like 20 sheets on our notepad. But it's gonna be up to you guys, however many you all want to do. So here, unloading, loading this one back in. This is why I like using 2 mats. Because I can then, like, they just keep going. It kind of takes up my time while it's cutting. So I'm just gonna unload this one. Press play, throw that one away. We've got these cut over here. Lay them there. Boop. And then just keep adding these. I use 2 mats. Michelle says I use 2 mats also. Honestly, like if I'm doing, there was one day I had to do stickers for one of my friends. I was using 2 Cricuts and like 2 or 3 mats at the same time, like back and forth, rapid fire, getting as many done as I can. I'm a very big advocate for using 2 mats and like loading on one while this one's cutting and then switching out. Yes. Yes, absolutely. You could cut a magnet and put a magnet on the back. That would be great to have, so you could put it on your fridge. That's a great idea. There's so many possibilities with this project. So many possibilities. See, did we have any, oh, I didn't, oop. So we've cut 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I have 10 pages with 2 on each, so that would be 20 pages for this notepad. Did we have any questions that I missed, Sadie?
Someone's asking, can you cut on 2 different Cricuts from the same design space window?
So not from the same window. However, if you attach, let's just say we attached these and we kept it on there and we open up the same project in a different window for a different Cricut, then you can print these all and then have 2 Cricuts going at the same time from 2 different windows. It is possible to do that. Medium cardstock. We've loaded. How? I was concerned with the idea of putting wheels on the bottom. So putting wheels on the bottom of your Cricut is not going to mess up calibration as much. We used to have a Cricut that had wheels on it. So the reason that we had to calibrate this is because we pick this machine up and like sit it on the ground. And then we'll pick it back up and set it here. And then it will be back and forth from the table to the ground. And it doesn't always have to be calibrated every time we move it. It was just, I could tell it was off, so that's why I calibrated. Moving it doesn't always throw it off, but if it's jarred an extensive amount of time, then yes, it might throw it off. So just be aware of your Cricut, and when you see it cutting off, or when you see it's cutting not correctly, then I would just do your calibration. So like I said, yes, this one is, this is what the most time consuming part of this project is, just getting all of these cut out. Really and truly, you could, if you have like one of those big paper trimmers, you could do that and like trim 2 or 3 of these at a time. But we just wanted to use our Cricut so that, but it's up to you guys, however you want to do it. How do you get it to keep cutting without well, I am pushing buttons. There's not a way to keep it cutting without pushing buttons. So we're gonna grab, after that cuts, we're gonna get our Maker's Magic, our paintbrush, and our little binder clips ready. So I'm trying to see where, I don't understand, like I know people are saying there's a remember my cut settings.
I feel like I've seen it before.
I've seen it before, and I just took medium cardstock off our favorites. We're favoriting that back. But it's not there anymore. Do you see it? I don't see it.
I don't see it anymore.
I don't either.
I feel like it used to be like a little checkbox.
It did used to be a little checkbox, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. I don't know if like when Cricut updated, if that happened. I'm not sure, but I was trying to see it. Oh, Karen says you have to have more than one mat.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, last one is cutting. Oh, snap. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add our little thing for our craft board for the back.
The backer.
Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and add this to here, and then we'll go back and I'll show you guys what to do for our backer real quick. I got sidetracked with customizing our file. Yeah. It says it's under, we'll look. I just always click my materials. because there's a lot of projects that I use different materials for things, so I've just always clicked the material that I need. Okay, so we're doing this. It's not, so Jessie said that the box to click, remember the material said is under the pressure drop down menu. Okay, let's do something real quick. Let's do this. Let's be done. Now, this is what we are going to do. I'm going to detach this real quick. I'm not going to move this. I'm going to duplicate one of these. I'm going to pull it over. We're going to attach these back. And I'm going to change this. So I've duplicated this for a third time. I'm going to change it from a print and cut to a basic cut. Okay, and I'll change it to brown to show you guys. This is what we're going to cut as our backer. All I have done is duplicated our print and cut notebook page and changed it from print and cut to basic cut in our operations. So now we are going to have two mats. So now I want to go to make it, and I want to go and see if there is. Yes, okay, if you have two mats, it is remember my material settings. However, on our second mat, which why it defaults to 12 by 24 irritates me so much, which I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't have to change it, but I'm OCD and I feel like I have to. But anyway, so if you have more than one mat, then yes, you can remember material settings if you do it that way. But with this one, for our backer, we are changing it from medium cardstock to craft board. Okay? And we are just going to put this through, and we're going to cut our backer. And while our backer is being cut, we're going to put all of these together, and then the magic's going to happen. The maker's magic is going to happen.
The maker's magic.
Maker's magic.
This is when it starts to come together. I'm so excited.
Yes, this is exciting. Press play. Do-do-do-do. Okay. After that's cut, we are going to unload. We're going to grab the backer here. I'm going to add it to the back. Now, this is where I like to line things up, especially on the top, and we're going to go to one side. So we're going to make sure the top is even and one side, just like that. Now we're going to grab our binder clips here, and you're going to clip as close to the top as you can, and without letting that go, I'm going to clip this other side here. So our binder clips are holding the pressure together for our notebook, and that's why it's very important to have those to hold this pressure together. Once we have clipped our binder, or clipped our notepad with our binder clips, we are going to grab our Maker's Magic. Oh no. There we go. Whew. Didn't think I was going to get it open there for a minute. And what you're going to do is we are dipping our brush in here, and we are just adding, we're going to add a couple layers of Maker's Magic to the top. And y'all, that's it. It's that simple.
It's so easy.
It is so stinking easy.
For each layer, do you have to do it thin layers, or are you doing thick layers?
I would not do super thin, but not super thick. I would do about a medium, I don't know how to explain it. Like I can see it sitting on top a little bit, but you do want to make sure that it completely dries between each layer, okay? So we have added our first layer. I would let it dry. It doesn't have to be completely dry, like a complete cure of 24 hours or whatever, okay? Yes, you do want to do more than one layer. I think on this one, I'm wanting to say that I did 3 maybe 4 layers on this one. I would do 3 or 4. You can go ahead 3 or 4. But I will say this, the very last layer that I did pretty thick. So the first few layers you want to do thin so it dries pretty fast. Like this is already getting tacky right here. It's still a little wet. You can also use a heat gun to dry it a little faster, but then you're gonna come in and do a couple more layers. And this would be really good to like, you know, do a couple of these little notepads at a time so that you come in and add layers, go do something else, add some more. We're just adding 3 or 4 layers to the top of our notepad. Now, after you add all of your layers to your notepad, you're gonna wanna let this sit for 24 hours or more, okay? I say 24 hours. We let these sit overnight and they were fine. I let that one sit overnight. So you're gonna leave the binder clips on while it dries and let it dry. And then what you're gonna do is, once you're done, you can take the binder clip off and then you have your notepad.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. So 3 to 4 layers. I did the last layer. I let the first 3 layers dry pretty good for a couple hours. And then the 4th layer, I did pretty thick on mine. Karen is saying you can use rubber cement. That will work as well. We just love Maker's Magic. We've only ever done it with Maker's Magic, and we're obsessed with Maker's Magic, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So that's it. It's very simple. Like I said, the most time-consuming part of this project is printing and cutting all of those different pages on your Cricut. That's the most time-consuming portion of this project. This is so simple to make and so customizable. I'm obsessed with it. I love it. I think it is
cute.
Great little gifts to make for so many people in your life. Yes. Teachers are the first ones that come to mind for me.
Oh yeah, they would love that.
They would love this. Today we are going to be making some absolutely amazing coasters that I think you all are going to flip for. And these are so cheap and so easy, and I promise you they look like they came from like Crate and Barrel. And all we're doing this for under $1. Like I can't even under $1.
Insane.
Yes, because you have to think about it. The tiles are very cheap. And we're doing you can get 4 of these trees. Actually, you could probably get more. It's not actually, I know you can get more of these on 1 sheet of water slide decal. I did not, we're just doing 4. But anyway, so easily done, super affordable. If you have never worked with water slide decal, y'all, today is the day we're gonna learn. You're gonna learn this together. We're all about using new materials, working with new materials the past couple days. So I don't want y'all to get scared. I don't want you to be like, I can't do that. I don't know what water slide is. We're gonna teach you everything that you need to know to make these cute coasters. Let's go overhead and show them up close what these coasters look like. I mean,
are you
y'all,
kidding me? Those are so perfect.
They're so like, they look so store-bought. They look so professional. And like, I can't even with these. And yes, we are gonna seal these. We're actually gonna seal all of these with the Maker's Magic, and it still gives us a nice like matte finish, which I love. It's so cute. I'm gonna seal these again. I'm not gonna be able to seal the ones that we make today with the water slide because it does have to dry down, but look at these, how cute. And y'all, the felt pads on the back, this is just a regular tile that we ordered, which I do really like the natural stone. If you don't like the natural stone, you can get just a regular tile, white or cream colored tile from Home Depot, Home Depot, Lowe's, any of your local hardware stores. And these felt pieces came from Dollar Tree. And we're just putting the felt pieces on the bottom for little feet. And they're just so cute. And you can make 4 of these for so cheap. Yes. So let's get to crafting and let's talk about the supplies that you need to make this project today. So yes, let's go ahead and go overhead and let's talk about everything we have here on the table. So the base of our project is going to be our tiles. Once again, if you want to see exactly where we got our tiles, our links are in the description down below the video. You have your tiles. Once again, these are natural stone tiles. You do not have to have the natural stone. You can have the smooth tiles if that's what you want. We are using inkjet water slide decal paper, and I'm gonna move these so I don't break them. This is inkjet water slide decal paper. We do love this brand, this Sunny Scopa. Never ever had an issue with this. This is the clear, okay? So that is why you can see the color of the tile behind this. This is the clear water slide decal paper. They do have white water slide decal paper. When you are working with water slide decal paper, one part that is super, super important is your polyacrylic spray. Now we love the Rust-Oleum. This is just a clear sealant, semi-gloss clear. This is gonna be very, very important when it comes to this process because once you print on the water slide decal paper, you have to put 3 coats of this on here before you cut it, okay? I already have 2 coats on it at the moment. So we're gonna put a 3rd coat on it, we're gonna let it dry, and then we will cut it, okay? The next thing you're going to need some felt feet here. These are just have the adhesive back on them, so all we have to do is take that little paper piece off and pop those on the back of our tiles. We do have a light grip mat. That's just to hold down our water slide decal when it comes to cutting on our Cricut. And then last but not least, we have some Maker's Magic, y'all. This is taking over the crafting community. What is my Cricut doing? I turned it on and I felt like it spun that wheel for 5 minutes. Anyway, let's talk about this Maker's Magic. Number 1, I'm obsessed with it. This stuff really changes the game when it comes to sealants. I truly, truly think that it does. It goes on so nicely. This says it's a gloss finish, but like for this project, it doesn't give me like a super high gloss finish. But y'all, even applying it, if you didn't watch the video that we released last Sunday, this past Sunday, make sure that you go back and watch it because we compare it to Mod Podge and it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just so, so good. So we are using this to seal our project today. I'm just gonna be using a brush to seal it with, paintbrush. You can use a paintbrush, you can use a sponge, really anyone will be fine. We are just gonna be using a paintbrush to seal this today. With all of that being said, let's go ahead and before we get started, one thing that I do want to do, remember I told you guys that I had already done 2 coats of this on our water slide decal. One thing that I have to do, we have to do a 3rd coat on it. So I want to go ahead and put that 3rd coat on it super quick. That way it can dry. So while we're working in Design Space, this can dry and then we can cut it. You are going to cut it after you do the polyacrylic, okay? So keep that in mind. One thing that you definitely need to do when you are working with like a spray sealant that is in like an aerosol can, do this in a well-ventilated area, do this outside, do this not in an enclosed area because y'all, the fumes are a lot. The fumes are a lot. So I'm going to step right outside this door in our studio super fast. I'm gonna give it a quick little spray and I will be right back, okay? Beautiful. That's how fast that was. Just a very light coat. Nothing, you don't want to do it super thick. So while that door stays open, that's sitting outside drying, we are going to hop over into Design Space, and let's go over to our website, not the font book. And if you just type in trees, this is going to be on page 6. This green Christmas tree, y'all, it is a beautiful, like, I love this. I think it is so pretty. If I didn't already have 2 coats of that polyacrylic on the trees that I printed out, I would be probably using this one so that we would have 2 variations of coasters here at the office. So just know this is a really, really good option for this project, okay? Green Christmas tree is a great option for this project. Now, like I said, the other file that we're going to be using is going to get added to the website very soon, probably in the next 30 minutes or so, and then added into the description. But for right now, back in Design Space, you can see this is the tree that we're using. It's a little bit more realistic compared to this one that looks more like watercolor, which I love that. But this is the tree that we're going to be using, so we're going to add this to canvas. Add this to our canvas. Why do you use both the spray sealant and the Maker's Magic? Aren't they both sealers? Yes, Lorraine, they are both sealers. However, you have to use the spray sealant on the actual water slide decal for it to work, okay? So it's not going to work if you don't have the spray sealant on the water slide decal. It's like it creates a barrier for that decal to slide off the backing and then stick to the medium that you're working with. And then from there, we're going to put Maker's Magic on top of that to seal in the tile and seal in our seal our water slide decal onto our tile so that it is usable. Okay? So once we have our tree, whatever tree you want to use in Design Space, the first thing that I love doing is I love taking my blank and I love measuring so that I can get an idea of how large I need to make this. So no matter what tile you use, we are using a 4x4 tile. So once we have that measured, we're going to go back to Design Space. Now you can use, I personally grab just regular shapes. So I just grab a normal shape. I'm going to size this to a 4x4 square. You can see here. Now, if you want to, you can change this in your operations from a basic cut to a guide. That's going to be your prerogative. I personally think it's a little harder working with it as a guide just because it's just this line, and I really want to see like how I want to see a solid square. Okay. So what we're going to do now, we are going to bring this to front. I'm going to bring it to front, and you can see that we have this tree. If we were to just print it like it is, it's going to print out every single little thing, which we do not want to do. What you're going to want to do before we go any further is we're going to add an offset. So with your tree selected, you're going to come up here to offset, and you are going to add a pretty good little offset because, like I said, we just want the outside of the tree, okay? And for some reason, Cricut is, I think it's because there's so much negative space in this tree that it does take it a minute to recognize everything. So we're going to give it a minute to try.
It's very complex and detailed.
Yeah, so we're going to give it a minute to try to see if Cricut will recognize it. Let's cancel for just a second and make it a little bit bigger and see if that works. Oh no, now Design Space is just not working, period. What in the world? Okay, here we go. Offset. Okay, we're gonna cancel this. Jill says watching from work. Girl, same. So I'm just gonna, you know what, we're gonna zoom this, and I'm gonna change our canvas color to a light gray so we can see this with the offset. So what we have done, oh, now it's gonna give me problems again. Probably sized it too big. I tried to reload it too, and it's still not helping me for some reason. Okay, we're gonna size this back down and try not to have issues. So once you add your offset, let's try to add an offset to this now that we have, like, that's not as detailed. Like, offset's just not working for me, period. Just not working for me, period. Joy, can inkjet water slide paper be used in a laser printer? No, it is specifically made for inkjet. Now, do they make laser water slide? I'm not sure, but it's specifically made for inkjet. So anyway, Design Space is giving us issues. So what you need to do let me try force reload. Let's try force reload. We'll come back to it. We're gonna keep our fingers crossed that force reload is gonna work. And then if it doesn't, we're just gonna keep on a-trucking.
On trucking.
Okay.
Okay.
Review warnings on layer panel. Yes, Cricut, I know that that's too big. So let's try offset one more time. One more time. Tammy is listening while working, making for sale signs for my house. Are you selling your house and making your own for sale signs? Wow. Aww. Kelly's making baby blankets. I love that.
So cute.
What else Karen says, what else is new with Design Space? I had to walk away yesterday. I don't know. I wasn't having issues on my actual computer this morning. I don't know why it's giving us issues here. So anyway, let's go back. I'm gonna change the color so we can see this a little bit better. So what's gonna happen, let me unflatten this. So what's gonna happen when you do add your offset is your water slide decal and your offset are gonna be two separate layers that you can see here on your layers panel. So what you need to do, I'm just going to center these back together. What you have to do for it to just print the outline, y'all, you have to make sure they are both selected, okay? You have to make sure they're both selected, and we have to flatten them together. So what that's going to do is it's just going to cut around the outside, and because this offset layer is white, an inkjet printer doesn't have white ink, so it's not going to print that, okay? So once you flatten your layers together, what you're gonna do, you are going to size it down to the proper size. And then that's it. That's all you have to do. How beautiful is that? Okay? And actually what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to reload Design Space. I just now thought about this. We're gonna replace. I don't wanna save this because I've already printed, so it has to be the exact size that I printed. And all I did was went in there and printed what we already had. So what we're gonna do, I get it, Cricut, why are you not doing anything? There we go. We're gonna delete this out. And that's all you have to do. You're ready to go. Absolutely ready to go, okay? From there, we're gonna go to Make It. And this is where I like to tell Cricut how many copies I want of something. So if you make coaster sets of 4, what you can do, I'm changing this from 8.5 by 14 to 8.5 by 11 size sheet of paper. And I'm taking this up and I want 4 copies of this tree because I'm doing a set of 4 coasters, okay? Beautiful, love that. Once you have got to this point, what we are going to do, we are going to click continue. We are going to send this to the printer. We will be using the Canon TS8100 series. For this specific project, I'm turning the bleed off and always using system dialog, okay? Always use system dialog. From there, we're going to click print. The system dialog will pull up behind here. you don't have to go get it, but if you want to go get me a bowl of water, you can do that.
I will go get you a bowl of water.
That would be beautiful, because I did forget a bowl of water. Once the system dialog is pulled up, what you're going to do is, we always love to feed things from the rear tray. So you're going to select rear tray, media type for this one. I chose photo paper just because the inkjet, the water slide decal paper does have it's like a shiny paper. And I'll show you guys here in a minute when Sadie gets back. We'll go overhead and I'll show you what it looks like, and why I chose photo paper. And then of course, we're changing our quality from normal up to best. From there, you would just hit print, and then it would print your decal. Now, like I said, we have already printed, so we're not gonna go through that process. I just like to walk you through the process. So now, once it's printed, what you're going to do is you are going to start the process. I just stepped outside to get our water slide decal. So you're gonna start the process of adding your polyacrylic spray. Now, I think it is best when we use 3 coats of this. So what you need to do, add your first coat, just a very light spray, but you wanna make sure you cover everything. And then you're gonna wait for 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes, until it is completely dry. And then you're going to add your second coat. And you're gonna repeat that process 3 to 4 times. I'm just doing 3 for today. And then once it has completely dried down, we are going to let our Cricut cut. Now, since we're overhead, let's talk about what the water slide decal looks like before it prints. So I told you all I would show you. You can see how shiny that is. So that's why I chose photo paper, just to get the best results, because it is that shiny, slick surface. So that is what our water slide decal looks like before we add the polyacrylic spray. Now, after you add the polyacrylic spray, because this is a semi-clear or a semi-gloss, it does it mats it down just a little bit, and you all may not be able to see it, but you can feel the polyacrylic on there. Now, once you have done that, we are going to add this to let's do it right here. Add this to our mat. I'm gonna make sure I burnish it down really well. And I'm actually gonna burnish it from the back, just so I don't damage any of the polyacrylic spray. Just gonna make sure it gets on there really well. Okay. And then from there, we are going to send it to our printer. Now, the setting, oh, it's not connected. Oh, that's why, because I forgot to disconnect this. Oh, I may have to go back for just a second. What's it doing? Y'all, I did bring my Cricut in here instead of using the Explorer that we normally use. So I'm gonna have to go back because, yep, we're gonna have to go back. Yes, cancel the cut. I'm gonna have to change it to a maker series. And then from there, we'll go back to make it. Okay, back through this process, 8.5 by 11, 4 copies. Sorry guys, I forgot that I had changed the machine. Beautiful, love that. Go to continue. We have already printed. We are using our maker series, and the setting that you are going to cut this on is going to be heavy cardstock, okay? We're cutting this on the heavy cardstock setting. All you have to do, you have to have a fine point blade for this, so there's nothing special per se, but once we've chosen that setting, we are going to send it through the Cricut. Now, the reason that we are cutting it on heavy cardstock is because we want it to cut through like the actual water slide decal and the backer. And you'll understand why here in just a minute. Just gonna be real honest, guys, I really hope that this recognizes and cuts this beautifully, because I did, like I said, I did print this earlier. I didn't move anything on my mat. So let's keep our fingers crossed that Cricut decides to play nice with us today and cut this where it should. Kathy said, does it have to be Rust-Oleum spray, or can it be the polyacrylic brand spray? It can be the polyacrylic brand spray. It doesn't have to be that Rust-Oleum brand. That's just the kind that we have normally used. Okay.
Oh no.
Well, you know what the good part about this is there are 3 more of these that we caught it, because Sadie is watchful. So I'm gonna grab a stickier mat. Okay.
Pow.
Except this one doesn't feel super sticky either.
What?
I mean, it does, but
Could you use tape, maybe?
probably, just to be on the safe side. Y'all know me.
Yeah, that was a little scary.
It was. Okay, let's try this again. Now, this is not necessary, guys. This is not necessary. Yes, Jen, I spoke too soon. But, you know, it's kind of like when you're crafting live, it seems to something has to go wrong. So we're just going to tape this puppy down so that there is no way for it to go anywhere this time. Make sure it gets stuck down on this mat real good. Okay, let's try it again. We're going to go back over here. Let's load it in. We are going to be working with heavy cardstock. We're still on the same mat. Beautiful. And let's try it again. Now, it is going to cut in this area again. That'll be fine. I'm just not going to use that one. I will use a different one. So if this ever happens to you guys and you see it doing this, hit that pause button to stop your Cricut and then unload your mat, okay? So it's all good. No worry. Lorraine said, I was wondering if the light grip mat would be good. Normally it is. And honestly, this light grip mat it's pretty sticky. I mean, y'all can see, it's not super sticky. I don't know if it was just not in my favor. Maybe I didn't burnish it down super well. Like I said, I thought it did. Halloween may be over, but the gremlins are still causing havoc. The Cricut gremlins are, yeah, you are right, they are. How did we cut the same layer again? We just made sure that it was selected on our mat. Go to the share screen. We just wanted to make sure that this stayed selected, and you can cut that again, okay? So back to our Cricut. You can see it's just cutting the same area it was in a while ago, not a big deal. The pause button is, if you have a maker, it's actually the same on both an Explore and a Maker series. It's right here, these 2 little lines here. Now it may be different on the Explore Air 2, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it's still right here. Yes, when in doubt, painter's tape out, absolutely, amen, hashtag retweet all the time. I keep a good old thing of painter's tape in my drawer right beside of me, so in case that were to ever happen, I can just pull it out and tape it down. Now, one thing you need to get prepared while your Cricut is cutting is a bowl of water. This is a water slide decal, so we are going to be using water. And y'all, it seems scary, but it's not. Any good, reasonably priced brands of cardstock made in USA. Robin, we are obsessed with Celebration Warehouse cardstock. Check them out. I think it's like celebrationwarehouse.shop. If you just Google Celebration Warehouse, they have some of the best cardstock. It cuts like butter. They have shed-free glitter cardstock. Ashley Falco is the owner of that company. We adore her. She is such an amazing crafter, and she did a lot of paper crafting. So she used to have an Etsy shop, and she did a lot of paper crafting, and from there, decided to start her own cardstock company, and we love it here at Maker's Gonna Learn. So check that out. We think you will adore that cardstock because we do. I think it's gonna be a winner. Now, you can see that we have our water slide decal cut out. Let's go ahead and remove this. Now this is why we wanted to use the heavy cardstock setting. Y'all, look at that top one. It messed up just a little bit, but it still come out beautifully.
It's perfect.
Are you serious? Maybe I spoke again too soon and maybe they were in my favor again. I don't know. Okay. So what we're gonna do now, like I said, the reason that we want to cut it on the heavy cardstock setting is because we want this cut away with the backing on it, okay? This is very important because this next step, you guys are gonna be like, what is she doing? She's gonna ruin it. But I'm not, I promise. I'm not. So what you're gonna do is you're literally gonna submerge your water slide decal. Look at that.
Wow.
What? That's what it does.
It's a little roly-poly.
It turns into a little roly-poly. And we're gonna unroll it. And if you leave it in here, you can see that it's gonna start coming away from the backing.
This blows my mind. Every time I watch this, it's so fascinating.
I know. So there's a couple ways you can do this. You can leave it on the backing if you want to and bring it out, or if you want to take it off the backing. If it's more than one piece, I would leave it on the backing and bring it out and then arrange it, because you can start sliding it off here. And you do want your surface wet as well. And then watch. So like, I'm gonna add some more water here. Adding water to your surface allows you to arrange it the way that you want to. And then you're just going to smooth all of this out. And then you are going to set it aside to dry. Y'all, that's it. That's all you do.
That was so fast.
Yeah. So you do want to make sure, you do want to use your finger and like make sure there's no bubbles underneath it. So if you've ever used the wet method to apply permanent vinyl to a surface, this is the same concept as the wet method. It allows you to move it around, but it dries down sticky so that it doesn't move. So I'm just taking a paper towel and I'm just kind of dabbing this and kind of blotting this water off. And then look, y'all, it's not moving.
Karen made a good point. She said it's like those nail stickers.
Yes,
it's very
it is
similar.
It is just like the nail stickers, yes.
Yeah.
You can actually make your own nail stickers with water slide decals.
That's a good idea.
And then put clear polish over them. So you can make your own custom nail stickers this way.
What in the world?
Yes, ma'am. And then that's it. Like, how easy was that? I mean, obviously I'm gonna show you guys again because it was so easy. Let's do it again. Do it one more time. So I'm just pulling this off of our mat. Okay, am I in the center? Can they see this?
Yeah, you're good.
Beautiful. Are y'all ready? Oh! I just love watching it do that. And then you just let it sit there for a few minutes. It'll soften up.
Just taking a little bath.
Yeah. Then it'll come off. And this time, let's take it off. I'll actually take it off the backing and show you how you can do it this way. So you can see I've taken it off the backing. It's still in the water. It's still fine. We're just gonna pull that up. I'm gonna wet at the coaster just a little bit. Lay it down. Place it where we want it. I was afraid this was gonna happen. You know what? I'm gonna flip it around this way because there's a hole over here and I don't want any part of this water slide decal touching this part of the natural stone.
That's what's so good about it. It's so forgivable.
It is so forgivable. Like I can even watch this, guys. I can take it off, put a little bit more water on it if it's not where I want it, and then lay it back down.
Just like that.
Like that's how easy it is. Like don't overcomplicate this at all. Do not overcomplicate, okay? And then we're just gonna take our paper towel, and we're just gonna dab some of this water out. And y'all, that's it. That's all.
I feel like this craft would be very addicting.
Yes.
I would be making like 40 of these things in one day.
Yes, and these are so easily done on like cups, coffee mugs, whatever. Donna asked, can you overwork this project? Will it start to break apart? I've never had issues with that. Now, it might be not hold up as well if you don't do as many layers of the polyacrylic. But I've never overworked anything, and I've never known of anybody overworking the water slide decal. So, I don't know. I wish I could 100% answer that, like yes or no, but I've never done it, so I don't think you can. So now, wow, those edges just feel so nice.
It's seriously so seamless too. Like after I felt these, when I took pictures of them, it's so smooth.
Yes, yes. So now what we're gonna do, we're actually just gonna seal this bad boy with some Maker's Magic, and then we're gonna add the felt feet, and that's it. That's all we got to do. So I'm just gonna shake this up really good, make sure it gets shaken up. Somebody said, I predict there's gonna be a run on water slide paper on Amazon. Yeah, probably, probably. So I'm just taking my Maker's Magic, and I am just going to seal this bad boy on here so that we can actually use them as coasters.
Can I just point out how thin this stuff is, like compared to Mod Podge?
Yes, it is very, very thin, but it gives such a good layer of protection.
Yes.
Now, personally, I'm gonna go ahead and seal the edges of this towel too. I don't think you're gonna be able to like tell a difference, but I just want to make sure that you can't tell a difference in the top to the sides. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of sealant here on the sides as well. Let's just hold it this way, get some of this stuff, and we'll just add some to the sides. And you can also do like 2 or 3 layers of sealant if you want to. Like if it makes you nervous, if you're the type of person that you're like, I really don't want this, I don't want it to go anywhere, you can add a couple layers, y'all. It's not a big deal. So once you add your sealant, you're just gonna set it over to the side, let that dry. Now, let's talk about real quick the dry time on Maker's Magic versus Mod Podge. So I don't know if you all have ever read the back of a Mod Podge bottle, but the back of a Mod Podge bottle, it says that the cure time is 28 days.
What?
Yes, did you not know that?
Ain't no way.
28 days for a true cure time. This has a 1 hour dry time, 48 hour cure time.
Wow.
48 hours for a full cure. That is a game changer, especially if you are selling crafts that you have to seal and you don't want any, like you want the integrity to hold up. If you were using Mod Podge to seal stuff and you're selling that, you truly technically have to wait 28 days before you can, because that's the full cure time. So Kathy said, I just ordered my water slide paper. So this 2 days, that's insane.
That
is insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Jessica, I feel like it's on all Mod Podge, not just dishwasher. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just dishwasher, but I thought that it was all. But I may be wrong. Like, y'all, I'm not perfect. Like, there's lots of chances for me to be wrong. So if I am wrong, I apologize. But I really thought it was 28 days on all of them. Anyway. Okay, great question. Someone asked, I joined late, why do you need to use the Cricut instead of using scissors to cut out your design? Well, let's just show you. I can't cut with scissors that good.
No way.
I can't do that.
It's very intricate.
Yes, and the reason that I don't want to just cut a square around it is because really and truly, like, I don't want the water slide decal to be all over the coaster. I just want it in as few places as it can be. So that's why we did use the Cricut. But anyway, if you want to try it using, I'm going to clean my brush in our water slide water here for just a second. If you want to try to cut it in a square, you can, but like I said, I wanted this decal to be on as few places as possible instead of just like a square all the way around it. This has been I feel like it's been a quick project.
Yeah.
Y'all, I mean, oh, there was one last thing we have to do. We have to add the little feet to our coasters.
Yeah, the feet.
So, all you do, these are just felt pads from, I'm pretty sure they're from Dollar Tree. Y'all don't need anything like super nice for this, just some easy felt pads. What you would do, this is still drying a little bit, but we'll pick her up. We're just going to, let's just go ahead and take all of these off, and then we'll turn it over and put them all down at the same time. So what you're gonna do, add them in the corner, there, and there. And that's it. You have a beautiful coaster. How easy. I love it. I love it.
Today I have water slide paper. I am not somebody to be like really particular on one water slide paper over another. So we have water slide paper, we have a sealer, we have our blanks, and we have water. Like that's pretty much everything we have today. We also have a printer that's off camera. So this is what you're going to do. So we're going to walk you through the entire process. What we're using today is you can use any image that you want that is a print and cut image. So this could be a pattern, this could be any of our print and cut images. Today we're using some Western inspired files that are being released tomorrow. So this is actually a little sneak peek for our members to know what's to come tomorrow. So that's gonna be really, really exciting. And I cannot wait for you all to get access to these because they're really fun. So, such a great reason to get joined today if you haven't already. But yes, if we could go overhead, I can just kind of show you each product so that you make sure you know what we're doing. So first of all, our water. This is a water slide decal, and I'm going to explain to you why you need the water here in a moment or two, but just follow the method for the madness because it's a little unorthodox. Like this is not a typical 1, 2, 3 step process. You'll see what I mean momentarily. Number 2, this is our water slide paper. I've used water slide paper from Michaels. I've used We Are Memory Keepers. The results are pretty much very, very similar. So it's gonna let you know, I love the clear instructions, print the image, spray the acrylic sealer. What it's gonna recommend is letting the paper dry for at least 10 minutes. And you can use any acrylic sealer, which is awesome. It's gonna recommend even coats. And I like to do 2, honestly, 3 coats is like perfect, but 2 to 3 coats is what I would recommend today, okay? So that's super awesome. After that, after we've sprayed it, we're gonna let the Cricut cut our image. We're gonna let the Cricut do the work, and then here's where we're going to do live demonstration that you're really like going to want to laser focus in today because this is awesome. This is where we're doing the transfer and separation. So we are actually going to submerge the paper for 30 seconds to a minute, and that's going to separate the paper from the acrylic that we've sprayed on there, okay? We're separating the acrylic spray from the paper. So that's how that will be done in the water. And then what it recommends is to remove the paper from the water and quickly apply it to the ideal position of your clean decal surface. Press down firmly to secure the transfer. Now, what my tip here is, I personally love to try to get my surface wet when applying the image, and I'll kind of walk you through some tips for better results. So let me share with you, since we're still on overhead, y'all, these are the beautiful results. And I am stuffed up. Lauren, I just want to acknowledge that. As I bend over, you're going to hear a little sniffle. I feel amazing other than that right there. So just letting you guys know how we're doing today.
It's just the spring weather. I'm sure something's blooming.
I mean, it's like 70 something degrees. Like it's gonna be upwards of 70 today. So we're super excited. And that's awesome. But look at these results. Like this is what I was saying. I wish you could feel
wish you could feel these images. Like they just feel so good, especially on the wine glass. They feel so permanent. Such a great result.
So Beth had a good question.
Hey,
Beth said, is water slide a technique or a paper type or both? So really, water slide is both.
Yeah, it
it's
definitely,
that's
a good, I love that question.
But it's also a technique that you use as well.
Yeah, because I think like if we peel out, let me just peel this out because this is a great question. If you peel this out and you look at a sheet of the paper, this is like glossy. I would say it's like close to photo paper. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, we're not saying it's photo paper, but like that's what I would compare it to, okay? So I would compare this to photo paper. And what it's doing is giving us the ability to have something to apply the sealer on. So you can see right here, after you've sprayed it with the acrylic sealer a few times, it doesn't really look any different. So let me just show you. I don't want to get these confused. This is when it's just printed, okay? This is when it's just printed. And then this is what it looks like after you have sprayed it 2 or 3 times. So they look pretty similar. You can feel it and feel the difference. It doesn't feel as glossy because our sealer is a semi-gloss sealer. So you're going to get whatever finish your sealer is, that's what you're going to get. Now, you're going to ask me, Tanner, do we have to use a semi-gloss? No. Whatever acrylic sealer you're looking for, that's what you want. We have just this clear sealer. It's awesome. Now, we're having friends ask, Tanner, can I use these on candles? Yes, these are definitely great to use on candles. So that's really, really awesome. So let's head over to the share screen. And I am so excited to share with you this, like all of our print and cuts. And just to reiterate, these are not for flammable candles.
Right.
This is just for decorative candles.
Please keep in mind this is just decorative. If you plan on using the candle, do not put it on there, just decorative candles. Now, if you have a candle with a jar that is in a jar,
which is glass, that's a
glass,
great.
and you want to put it on the glass that the candle is in, perfect.
Go for it. Y'all go for it. Okay, so these are some of our print and cut files. So when you become a member, and I saw Shar or Cher is not a member yet, so I know you may be considering it today. Did you know you get access to our thousands of cut files? You're gonna get access to all of these printable cut files. I love the Be Kind piece. In a world where you can be anything, be kind, that would be a great one. I've done some of these watercolor images, like the barn with the flag. I've done water slide decals with some of our watercolors, and they turn out so beautiful. So I think you'll be impressed with that. But there are so many cut files you can use. Holidays, seasonal, whatever you're looking for, you will be able to do. So we're super excited about that. So yeah, lots of patterns, lots of, really unique images that you could actually, Lauren, speaking of your nails, you could take some of these patterns and scale them down, scale them up for whatever you would like to do. So that's really neat too. These live streams is like open Q&A, and like you kind of have 2 craft consultants ready for you. So come with us with all your questions, all your concerns. We would love, love, love to address those today. So these are the cut files. I'm so excited. I love giving little sneak peeks for our members to know what's coming. All you do, I'll just show you real quick because we have plenty of time today. Say we wanted to take, someone mentioned the avocado. So let me go back to the avocado. Say we wanted to download the avocado sticker, okay? We're just gonna download that. As soon as you download it, look, you can download cut files right from search, right from the browse. You don't have to open each cut file. I mean, that's really awesome. So now you can click the zip file. Boom. We've got our avocado down here. We unzipped it. Now we go into Design Space, and I'm going to share with you how easy it is to tell Cricut when uploading that this is a print and cut. So let's press upload. Let's press now upload image. And now I'm going to grab my little avocado, drag and drop. Perfect. I just like to say, hey, this is a pretty complex image, Cricut, so give it a minute, okay? Press continue. You could go ahead and take away this white background if you needed to, or you could leave it. I love the white backgrounds if you're making stickers. So you can press apply and continue. And boom, this, Lauren, right here is where you get to make it or break it. Do you want 2 random circles or do you want a true print and cut image?
Right.
This is where you decide. So obviously select print and cut, and now it'll say upload. Boom, super easy, press upload, you are good. So now you select it and you're in. Boom, boom, super simple. And my favorite thing about this right here is once you've uploaded a cut file from Maker's Gonna Learn to Cricut Design Space, you never have to upload it again. So I can go to upload and I can go to view all. I've uploaded 5,800 images in the time I've had my Cricut.
That's crazy.
Account. So I could search dog, and here's all the dog files from Maker's Gonna Learn that I've uploaded into this program. So yes, you have to upload your cut files one at a time as using, but once it's in there one time, you have it forever. You have it forever, okay? So just wanted to explain that real quick. All you do now at this point is you have your images, you measure and size it. Ours is roughly 2.7 by 3.8. And then we have a smaller one that's 2.1 by 3. So just measure your cup, measure your glass. Love, love, love that. And you're good to go. So you can press make it. And now that it's a print and cut, look, you're going to send this to your inkjet printer and you're going to be able to print this all out. Once you print it all out, this is what it'll look like. So we can now go overhead. This is really simple. This is what it'll look like. As you can see, you have it right here. And then this is the time where after you've printed this out on the water slide paper, because you can't just use any paper, you have to have the water slide paper. Just wanted to recap for anyone just tuning in. Print it out on the water slide paper. And then this is where you are going to take your acrylic sealer, whatever sealer you would like. This is the one we are using today, the Rust-Oleum Semi-Gloss Clear.
Hold that up in the camera so that if they want to take a screenshot of that, because we've had a couple people ask.
That.
Exactly.
I love that.
So if you want to take a screenshot of this sealer that we use, take the time, if you're on your phone, your computer, take a screenshot of that so you know what we're using. Which also linked below as well.
Oh yeah, but I love a visual.
Sometimes it's easier to see that.
You can get this at, you can grab this at Home Depot, Walmart. Like, this is just good to have. They have a lot of the sealers too at your local craft store. So if you're going out to the craft store, don't forget you can pick this up there. What you're gonna do now is spray this on your paper one time, and then after that, you're gonna let it cool for 10 to 20 minutes. Make sure it is fully dry. After that, repeat the same process 2 or 3 times. Yolanda, great question. Can I do print and cut on a laser printer? No, Cricut Print and Cut does not offer you to use laser. To do the print and cut technology, you must use a inkjet printer. And our friend's asking, is there a monthly fee? Yes, Maker's Gonna Learn offers a monthly or yearly programming. Today you can go yearly and get like $70+ of savings compared to monthly, so that's crazy. So definitely check that out down below. After you have sprayed this 2 or 3 times, you will now have something that looks like so, okay? That will look like this. Either one of these, very similar. I think I'm gonna use this one because I think it has the 3 coats. But you can see here, it's just been sprayed. You can't really tell it, but it's been sprayed 2 and 3 times, and you can feel that now it doesn't feel like our water slide paper because now it has that semi-gloss sealer on it, okay? Now, what I wanna recommend when spraying, I like to stay 12 to 16 inches away, light coverage. You wanna make sure it's even. And yes, you're gonna use inkjet, all right? So after you have been able to spray that, which we cannot do in our studio, I wish we had like Tanner and Lauren on the road where we could step outside and spray it with you. But
this is also something you do not need to do in an enclosed room. Take this outside, spray it outside, or somewhere that is very well ventilated, like a shop or something like that. Open air shop. Don't do this like in a bedroom.
Oh, please don't. Please take it outside. Like, be very well ventilated. I mean, it's acrylic sealer, so like you don't want to breathe that in. You don't want it in your nose. Like, that would not be good at all. So now that we've got that sealed and whatnot, you're going to take your paper and you're going to load it into your Cricut. But I've already, we can go ahead and go back to screen share because I want to show you the process. So let's go over here and select the Cricut machine. We're going to use the USB. An open garage would be good because it's going to be really well ventilated. And then 3 times would be really good. And guys, the base material settings are constantly changing with Cricut. So I don't believe there's a water slide paper setting. So you're just going to follow like a cardstock setting, okay? If I could spell cardstock. So you're going to be able to search this. I'm just going to do like a heavy cardstock setting because you want to be able to pretty much cut this all out so that when you submerge it in the paper, when you submerge it in the water, the backing will come off and everything like that. So there's that. Now all you do is we're loading this into our machine. So we're just loading this in over here really easily. Really awesome. And we're just going to let this go through. And just like so, love this, love it. And let's see if it cut all, oh look guys, okay. So it cut all the way through, that's awesome. Now let me tell you a little secret. So it cut off just a hair difference, but the best part is, we'll never be able to tell because we're removing that white backing. So I love that. And the reason for it, maybe my Cricut needs to be aligned. We did cut and print, we printed this on a different Cricut and then we brought it in here. So that could be the process too. So I'm going to take this one right here and we're going to walk through this one. Let's do the mug first. So we'll teach the mug first and then we'll do our wine glass. So we can go overhead if we're not already. Is this in frame? Is this in frame? Perfect. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let this sit for 30 to 60 seconds in the water. So what it's gonna recommend, I'm just gonna bring this in real quick, the transfer and separation process. Submerge paper in the water for 30 to 60 seconds to separate the base paper and the transfer. Remove paper from water, then quickly apply it to the ideal position of your clean decal surface. Press firmly to secure the transfer. Lauren, there is no glue. There is nothing. This is the technique. This is the beauty of it. And we love that. Rose, there's not a Cricut water slide product, but this pack right here, you got 20 sheets. And I believe it's linked down below from Amazon. So, okay, I'm just gonna submerge this in here. You're gonna see it's already wanting to peel up. So we're just gonna leave this submerged in here. I've done a live stream on this prior and I literally had a timer. I don't think that's gonna be necessary for today. We'll be able to tell. But one of my techniques is I need to make sure I apply this on like holding the mug. So I'm actually gonna just go ahead and wet this as well because I prefer applying water slide on a wet surface. It makes it easier for me to allow it to move around. So that's just a little tip. As we submerge this, I'm just gonna let this be wet.
So Melissa does ask, will the mug be dishwasher safe?
Lauren, it's a no. Like, I would not trust the heat of your dishwasher, you know, to be able to do that. That would just be a little much.
If it's just, if you had epoxy over it.
Oh, then you add epoxy to anything, honey, and that's good, like for the most part. Okay, so it's starting to want to come up. Lauren, help me. I'm terrible at time. You tell me when you think it's been.
I think we've been pretty close to 30 seconds.
Oh, look at this. Look at this separation. Look at this separation. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh my gosh, guys, do you see this? Do you see this? Ooh, can they still see my mug? Oh my goodness, I love this. So look at this. So you can apply it here. I like water on the surface because now you are able to work it out and move it if needed. So look at this, I can straighten it up a little. How about it? What do you guys think of that?
Look how easy.
Right? So now what you're going to do is you can, take some paper towel and start dabbing it. But if you're happy with where this is positioned, you're going to, the water is my secret. So I've heard friends not put water on the surface that they are applying it. And I think that's why it wrinkles personally. So the water really helps me because I'm still able to move this around. I didn't have to fret, I didn't have to rush. I can even pick this up and make sure okay, when I'm holding this, how does it look? Y'all, if you can hear the train even better today.
I know, because I forgot to shut the door.
Well, I really am enjoying this. Y'all, our team have started afternoon walks outside to get some vitamin D. And I told the team we have to do it as soon as we get done with the show. Is this as permanent as vinyl? So I would say it is very permanent, but I also would say you can't get these amazing colors with vinyl. If you're doing one color, sure, but Lauren, you couldn't do this layered vinyl. Mm-hmm. It's way more permanent than layered vinyl. So,
okay.
Yay, we're gonna let this cool for a second. I'm just gonna repeat the process with our next one. What's our questions? Let me know our questions.
Another question is, could you put this sticker on a car window permanently?
So it's very translucent. So let me bring in some glass.
Yeah.
This is a very translucent process. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't really be able to read the window decal, especially if this was
if you were on tinted windows, it would definitely be a no.
Yeah, tinted windows, you're out. You're out. So that's a...
For sure.
I would not say this is food safe either because what you're actually transferring is these chemicals.
Yeah.
You are transferring a sheet of acrylic. So be careful.
So it needs to go on the outside, basically on the outside of, if you're doing it on dishes, it would be on the outside of a mug, not on a plate.
No. No food.
There was one really cool, I saw this at Hobby Lobby.
Ooh.
And I thought that this would be an amazing project to make.
Tell us.
They had taken, and what it looked like to me is it was like a frame. Uh-huh. And I'm sure some of our friends on here has seen it at Hobby Lobby.
If it's at the Hoblob,
y'all have seen it. But it looked like just a leaf that had been pressed between two panes of glass and framed.
Yes.
And it was just the transparent glass. Well, I got up to looking at it, and it was you could feel the decal on the back of it. So if you had a picture of a pressed flower or a leaf and did the water slide decal on the back, if you took a frame.
Stop it. You could do a big one.
Yeah.
That would be, and what I would do is I would use a 8 by, or a 13 by 9 cooking sheet if you're gonna do something big and use that. Because you don't have to have thick water. We just have a few inches of water. So the next step of the process, we're gonna do the smaller one on our wine glass. So what we're gonna do is we are just gonna submerge this in the water. And I think the smaller decals, they just do really, they're even faster to remove the backing. So again, I'm just gonna submerge this in water.
Kim made a good suggestion, and I don't know if you mirrored it, could you use it, actually.
Yeah, you totally could. So
use it on the back of a cutting board, a glass cutting board.
You could. Yep, you totally could. And it would be fairly permanent too, so that's awesome. So I love that.
Vanessa also asked, it chips very easily. Is there any way that we could seal it? Once again, we like using UV resin would be a really easy way and quick way to seal it.
Yeah, UV resin is a very quick way. UV resin takes the issue, away really fast. So I love that. And yes, we're having friends ask about the membership. There is a link down below you can actually click and you'll be able to get all the details all about our membership and what you get access for what tier. So see, I have this wet wine glass right here. And when I apply this down, you're able to work with it. And the further up it is, the better, because it's more flat up here. So you could have went with the larger one or not, but this is the smaller decal. And as you see here, I'm able to just use my finger to work out any bubbles. This is the area where a lot of our friends in my previous video had commented. It was like, Tanner, get a silicone, why am I saying silicone so funny?
I don't know.
You get a silicone little brush and you'll be able to do that. But look, y'all, you're able to do this with your hand, and this gets really permanent really quick. So you can just see here, work this all out. Love it. And I'm just pushing out the water. Like there's water underneath, but the water underneath is what allows us to not have to commit to it so fast. So
Amy says that she's only ever done water slide under acrylic. I'm assuming that's like the acrylic or epoxy.
Yeah.
Does it stay on the wine glass coffee mug without it being sealed in any way? So far,
yes.
Ours has stayed on very well.
Look at this. I mean, this is the one we did.
I think Alicia washed it a couple times.
We tested just to make sure it would do good. Now you can see here, this is why we don't recommend it in the dishwasher, hand wash only. You could see a little chipping. So if you're, worried about the ink or anything like that, just make sure. I would do more coats like on wine glasses than probably a mug and things like that. This is just acrylic, so just be mindful of that. And we love all of the different techniques. So yay!
And yes, this is if one of our friends said that they love water slide because they don't have a sublimation printer yet. This is a great alternative.
Yes.
If you don't have the money to invest in a sublimation printer,
this paper is very affordable.
Yeah.
Very, very affordable. So yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to do it on like textiles, like clothing, things like that. But cups and stuff.
Hello, who has not been looking for an alternative to use, for something for all the dollar store mugs? Like this is gonna give you some really great results really, really quickly. And this is almost dry. Like this is almost permanent. You can see here, just as it dries, it's gonna be super permanent. So it's just really awesome. So you don't have to do the technique where you put the water on the surface, but the reason why I love that is it helps me make sure that I have wiggle room. Because Lauren, if it's completely dry, it goes like the water that pills up with it is so it's not wet.
Right.
So you're going to have to be permanent. You're going to start ripping it if you have to move it, and then it'll be off center. So Deborah, when you say you make it look so easy, we follow steps to make sure that it looks easy for us and you. Which brings me to my next step of the process. Let's talk about what happens if you do a water slide on a textured surface. So this is what started happening to us when we were trying to do something on a more textured surface. We're actually going to do this other one, if it can fit, just to test and play around with, because we just asked the question of like, can we make this work? Will it work easily? Because a lot of times we could get it to work, but we want to be mindful of our new friends as well. So this is a little bit larger, but we could probably, should I do it this way just to test, or we should just
I would do it that way. I would still do it that way.
I'll commit. I'm committing.
Commit to it.
We're committing to it just to give something to test out, just so you all can see what happens for more textured surfaces. So with the textured surface, we didn't find that it was as easy to apply, and
see,
it just literally came up. Okay, well, so anyway, we're going to test this again just so that you guys can see it too. And hopefully kind of understand where we're coming from when we are recommending making sure it's a really, not textured surface. So yay, love it. Are you guys learning anything today? If so, leave us a emoji, let us know. Love this.
Now, we personally did not bake any of these. I know I saw some friends say that
Honey, this is acrylic. I don't know. Can they bake it?
They had said that they saw someone bake it. We did not.
We did not bake ours.
We're not going to suggest that you bake it because we've not tested it. Now, if we had tested it and it had been proven,
we would tell you.
We would tell you.
Yeah. So we're just letting that sit here, 30 seconds or so. What's interesting this time around, I guess where there's smaller decals, mine's not curling as much. So the curling really scares me. But this is, you know, coming
Jackie
really
said
well.
that these would be really cute on LED candles, and those
Oh,
they
the
would
LED
be
candles
so
would be
cute
perfect.
on.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now here you guys go. Actually does really, it looks like it's gonna do really well.
Yes, so what happened with this one before is when we did it on the cup, it looked great.
Right.
And then it sat and dried, and then after it dried, it started curling.
Because it's textured, like you can't expect it to be able to do that if it's textured. So guys, that is the difference. Look at all these different alternatives that you can do. You can do the glass wine, you can do the wine glass, you can do the mug. The Tervis is not really a winner in our arena from our testing and whatnot, but now you know why and how. The textured cup, yes, if you do epoxy over top it, we were talking about that at the beginning of the show, any epoxy tumblers would be amazing for this technique, especially if you're sealing it with the epoxy on top. Like that's just go double support, double support.
Even, I mean, depending on how long you have to, you could do a small amount of epoxy underneath so you get that smooth surface.
I love that.
Then lay it down, let it dry, and then the epoxy over top of it.
Yes. Okay, so someone says my ink got messed up. If your ink is getting messed up, I would recommend making sure to do more layers of your acrylic. Make sure you got some really, really good layers of acrylic. And this is gonna be so much fun. Lauren, I think we're done. So I'm gonna come over real quick. Or actually, one last thing. All right, tell us what we need to know for today's following project.
Okay, so I last minute put together a Dollar Tree version of this for you all, or just like a Dollar Tree option, I guess. Yeah. We are going to be using fake pumpkins or faux pumpkins, or actually called funkins, which is so cute. You can actually carve these pumpkins.
They're fun.
Like you can carve them and keep them every year, which I really like. So they're a little bit more pricey, but like at the same time, I don't know. I just really like them. They're good quality.
Yeah.
And I'm going to also be showing you all how to do a bow, like a fall bow.
Bows, I've been crafting for over a decade, and bows still just make me nervous. And I realize if I'll just do it, there's nothing to be nervous about.
Right.
But it makes me just not do it.
Well, they look daunting. And so I think when you break it down into small steps, it's a lot easier. But that's what we're here for.
Woohoo!
So should we start?
Let's jump into it.
Okay,
oh my
let's
goodness.
go. Let's go ahead. Let me show you guys what we're making first of all. If you didn't see the thumbnail, this is what we're making. Are you kidding me? This is so cute. So we're going to be doing a water slide decal using Maker's Gonna Learn fonts and patterns today.
Love it.
I'm going to show you guys some little hacks in Design Space, making a bow. I brought some Dollar Tree options in here for you all, so it's going to be a good time. So let's go ahead and go over the supplies. So we'll go overhead, and this is all you're going to need. Now I've got like a plethora of ribbon over here because I got a little crazy. Ribbon. I love fall colors, so like I couldn't pick a ribbon. But the first thing you're going to need, obviously, is water slide decal paper. This is the Sunny Scopa. I've used this, and then I'm trying to think, Lauren, what's that brand right there beside you? What is that brand called? Spin It. That one is really good too. Those are the two that I use the most here. Tanner, do you have any water slide that you specifically use?
No, I mean, I started with the We Are Memory Keepers water slide.
Oh, yeah.
That's like kind of like my tried and true.
Yeah.
But honestly, I've never had an issue with any water slide.
Me neither. That's why I haven't had like a favorite or one that's significantly worse. So yeah, that's the one that I'm using today. You're gonna need some semi-gloss clear sealant. I don't know if it necessarily has to be glossy, but it does need to be a clear sealant, and I will explain how that works. I've got a standard to light grip matte. I have obviously a pumpkin. You're gonna need your fall bow options. All of these are Dollar Tree. Are you kidding me? Like, those are my favorite, and the colors are so pretty. These are Hobby Lobby. These stems are also Hobby Lobby, so you can use any fall stems if you've already got some on hand.
Love it.
You could just kind of throw any fall colors in there. Even just greenery would be really cute. And then I've got a measuring tool, a weeding tool, and some scissors. And also a hot glue gun. So we've got the Lynn Lilly hot glue gun here. And that is pretty much it. It's not a whole lot of ingredients.
That's awesome. I also want to let you all know, or let Alicia know that Miss Carol Stanford's privately messaged me. It was like, what about a craft using a pattern and like incorporate sublimation? So today's training, you could actually use, if you're not interested in water slide, you could take this exact training and turn it into a really fun sublimation project.
You literally can. Oh, Carol, awesome. I'm about to make your day. Happy birthday week. Happy birthday week to you, Carol.
Oh, it's so
okay.
fun.
So after we get our supplies together, let's go to Design Space. And I'm actually going to go to our website. I'm just going to show you all what patterns I used and what fonts.
We are having the fall sale. If you need to grab your membership for $30 off, use that coupon code FALL with the year membership. So you'll be able to
if you sign up to be a year member, you're going to get to be at our October summit. Our member-only summit. Our yearly members are receiving an invitation to that, and we have lots of fun Christmas crafts planned, which I'm super excited about.
It is so good.
Yeah. So I'm going to be using the pattern Fall Leaves here, and someone was asking what is water slide paper. So I'll go into more detail in just a minute. Let me show you guys what files I use really quick, and then I'll explain it as I go. So I've got the pattern of Fall Leaves right here. So it's not orange whenever you go to download it. If you're looking for an orange, we're going to be doing that in Design Space. And then I'm going to be using the font Conscience, Conscience is how it's pronounced. And it's just like a block font. I will say whenever you're doing water slide, especially if you're doing, you don't really want to do anything with a lot of detail. So like I'm not going to want to pick a super detailed script font to try to water slide on my pumpkin. And whenever I start putting this letter on here, y'all are going to be like, I know what you mean now. Because you just want to have a lot of edges to, that's not the way I want to say it. You want to have a lot of area to move around. If you've got a lot of fine edges, it's going to be really hard for you to get a good smooth finish. So this is the font we're using. And then we're going to need to go into Design Space. So I already downloaded that font. And I am just going to make a text box, and we're going to use the letter S today. And let me just stretch this out. Now, what you're going to want to do before you decide how big you want it is measure your pumpkin. So let's go overhead and we'll measure our pumpkin really quick. Is that good? Can y'all see right here?
Look at this. Now, I will say, Alicia, when you presented this idea, I was nervous.
I remember.
Because water slide is finicky. It is forgivable, but finicky.
Right.
And this is a pretty textured pumpkin that you're about to measure. So
yeah, wow. It is. And I will say, if you try to go in here with just regular vinyl, because it is got lots of ridges, it's not going to do good. And I actually tried to do vinyl on this one before the live, and it was fugly. It was not cute. So just make sure. That's the reason that I like these, because they're not so rigid, but you could do a water slide on this. It's just going to be a lot more finicky. And when I start applying the water slide, you all will really be able to tell. So I'm going to measure the area that I want the pumpkin. So I'm not going to measure from up here all the way down. I'm just measuring how tall I want it. So I'm going to leave a little bit of space at the top and at the bottom. And I don't want my letter to be bigger than 7 inches.
Beautiful.
So I've got 7 inches there. So let's go back into Design Space, and I'm going to resize my design. Let's see. My height is going to go to 7 inches, and then we can go ahead and change our font. So if you go into Design Space and you're not able to find the font that you downloaded, make sure to save your project and reload it, and then check your system fonts. A lot of times when you open the font box, you're not able to see it right here because you're under the Cricut fonts. But if you go to System Fonts, you can see it right here. And oops, if I could spell it right, you guys. There it is.
Now, what font is this?
This is Conscience.
Conscience.
I
okay,
really
guys.
like this font.
I love it.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
It looks very classy.
It is. And I want to show you why, like if we change this font and we were like, oh, I really want to do like a really pretty script font, because in my brain, I also would love to do that.
Right.
I want to show you, like, whenever you go to do a water slide, everything is literally sliding around on water.
Yes.
So if you're doing a font like this, all these little ends right here on the S are going to be really hard to maneuver whenever you're trying to apply it to your actual pumpkin. So that's why I'm doing something a little bit safer here, but still really classy and elegant.
Love it.
So, is everybody with me so far?
Alicia, I'm with you.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
this is rocking.
We're here.
I mean, the best tip I've got so far is my font needs to coordinate with my project, meaning these bulkier fonts are going to be best, especially with the pattern. Let's talk about a thicker font as well for pattern. So if you're doing print and cut, this is a great font for print and cut because you can actually see the pattern.
Right.
Alicia, also, I don't want to take away too much. I want you all to think about when you're cutting out vinyl as well. If you are shopping, I find it so fun to shop and purchase pattern vinyl, but from a practicality standpoint, very far and few in between projects actually allow for me to utilize the pattern vinyl.
Right.
So you want to be careful about how much you're buying and things like that. So this font, again, would be great for pattern vinyl and things like that.
Yeah, and whenever you're using this thicker font, you're able to see more of the pattern. So if you're using a dainty font, which I don't recommend for water slide, you're not going to be able to see this beautiful fall leaf pattern in the background.
So no skinny fonts, no fonts with tails, as Carol said, when it comes to the water slide, and no skinny fonts when it comes to print then cut, pattern vinyl, or pattern water slides.
Right, right. So I went ahead and pulled a square into Design Space. I've got both of my patterns here. I've got my pattern and my solid color square. I'm gonna bring our pattern to the front just so you can see. Whenever you're picking the color that goes behind this, you wanna be able to make sure that your pattern's actually gonna show up. So if I wanted to come over here, I can just select any of the colors that we already offer, or that Design Space already offers, or I can go down to Advanced and kind of select a color that I would prefer. So I'm thinking we'll do like a burnt orange color. This is like one of my favorite fall colors, this burnt orange. I think it's so pretty.
It's so classy.
It's like a terracotta, you could call it. And then I am just going to, what I'm gonna do next, there's a couple different ways you can do this. This is how I prefer to do it. So I'm gonna bring my S to the front. I'm gonna bring that to the front. I am going to duplicate, and I'm gonna slice an S out of both of these.
People are loving your shirt, Alicia.
Oh, thanks. I made it yesterday. So what I'm gonna do now is bring one of the S's over our background color. I'm going to select them both. So click and drag to select them both, and I'm gonna slice it. So we're not gonna need any of this business. We just need this guy. And then I'm gonna go right here and do the same thing. So you're gonna click and drag, select both options, slice it out. And then once it slices, we're just gonna need the patterned S. So delete that, and oh, we can't do that because, oh, there it goes. Okay, I was like, what did I do?
My design?
And then so you've got these two S's and it looks crazy. What I'm gonna do is click and drag and put them together and align them in the center.
Best hack ever.
Best hack ever. And then before you do anything else, you're gonna need to flatten everything. So we're gonna go ahead and flatten that, and that makes it a print then cut image. And so I'm gonna delete this old one because we don't need it. And I'm gonna go to make it. And we don't need to reflect anything. We're just gonna keep it as it is.
No need to mirror anything.
Right, no mirroring. I call it reflecting a lot, I'm sorry. Okay. So just keep it like this. You're gonna see the black registration box. That's totally fine. And you will select continue. We are using a Maker 3. And I have already printed mine. And then I'm going to select water slide. So there is a cut option for this. Just kidding.
Amanda, if you need to practice slicing, check out our 30-day challenge if you're a Makers Gonna Learn member, because you can learn how to start slicing and things like that. It would be really, really great to learn all these basic functions of Design Space. And when you become a member, you get access to a ton of that, which is super fun.
Lauren was trying to raise her hand for a question, but so normally I use a Maker, and I could have swore I used a water slide option. Am I totally wrong on this? What would you normally cut your water slide paper on? Copy paper?
No.
I thought I cut it on water slide paper.
Maybe we just cut it on vinyl because it is kind of like a I would just
It's like a multi-layered material. It's not just paper. Even though it looks like copy paper, it's like the film and then there's an underneath paper. So let's just cut it under a vinyl. And it's not going to matter because we're going to be separating it anyways. We're going to be separating it from the backer. So I'm just going to use a basic vinyl cut setting and I will select done. We don't need to do more pressure or anything crazy like that. And then we are going to go ahead and put our piece of paper onto the mat. Now, before we do that,
I just went back and referenced. We've cut this on medium cardstock. We've cut this on a vinyl setting before.
I feel like I've done it a couple different ways too.
We haven't had any issues cutting it. It's pretty simple when it comes to cutting.
Yeah.
You can choose anything. This training I was watching from ours, we've cut it at medium cardstock and it cut great. So,
yeah,
whichever.
So whatever works for you. And so before we actually do this, now I pre-did this because we are in a studio, but what you're gonna do is print it out. So this is fresh out of the printer, okay? This came straight out of the printer. I'm gonna take this outside or to a well-ventilated area, and I'm going to take this semi-gloss clear sealant. This is clear, okay? And I'm gonna spray a good even coat, nothing heavy, just a good solid coat over this, let it dry 10 to 15 minutes, go back, do a second coat. So we're spraying a second coat on here, let it dry, come back 10 to 15 minutes and put a third coat on. And then you need to let it dry completely before we actually put this into the water. And do you know what I did, Tanner?
What?
Didn't bring the water in here.
Well, let me go get you a little bucket.
I got my bucket and I didn't bring it in here with water.
We had the ice bucket make an appearance, and today we'll have you a little
water bucket. It's on my desk in there. Okay, so Tanner brought me our water. Basically what I do, anytime I do a water slide, I just kind of have this little bucket of water ready to go, but I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this first, and then we're gonna slide it in the water. So I'm just gonna sit this right up here, and we will go ahead and apply our water slide to our paper. And you'll notice after you put on your sealant, it's not rough. It almost feels like a fine sandpaper, like a very fine sandpaper. And you guys, if you've never seen a water slide decal be put in the water, it's kind of a crazy thing.
Yeah, it's wild.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send this through. I've got a regular fine point blade in here right now, and we are cutting this on the vinyl setting, just normal vinyl setting. No added pressure or anything like that. Okay, I just got an error, and it says that it's not reading my print then cut marks. So
Did you already spray it?
Yeah, but I've cut it before.
Right. Sometimes that could happen. What we like to do, this might sound a little crazy, we like to move the location or do something different. So for example, Lauren, could you turn off our main studio lights just to see if that will make a difference for our cut? So she's go dim and turn off 2 of our lights. This is what I love about live streaming is you get to see things experience live. So what could have happened was these really bright lights have been able to reflect onto our water slide decal paper, and then we're not able to read the print and then cut.
And we do this lines. In the craft studio all the time.
Yeah, we
will turn the lights off. If we're trying to print and cut, the lights will go off if it doesn't read it, especially with glossy paper, I've noticed. It's because it uses a lot with the print and cut. It's using a lot it's basically scanning this bar. And so if the light is hitting it anyway, it's not able to recognize that box. So let's hope that this works. Okay, go ahead and cut it. It cut fine the first time I did it, so we'll see. Let me show you all what it looks like, what the paper looks like before we sprayed it with sealant, because it looks a little bit different before we actually spray it.
Okay, is it detecting? Okay, it's scanning. Let's see how far we get in the process.
Oh, I'm a little nervous.
Da, 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 da.
Okay, you can turn the lights back on because it did not read this time.
It didn't read it either?
No. So there's a couple different things that we could do.
Let's talk about it.
We could reprint it.
Yeah.
We could reprint it and try to send it through that way.
But we're live.
So why don't we just cut it out?
We're just gonna do a little hand cutting. This is back in the day they call this fuzzy cutting.
Oh, we're off.
Fuzzy cutting. While you do that, let me teach you something that I learned.
You have to have it cut that. She's doing everything the right
Right.
way, y'all.
Okay, so, and this is just how it is in crafting. You just roll with the punches. I'm just gonna sit this to the side. Okay, are y'all ready for this?
Woo-hoo.
This is the fun part of water sliding
This
for
is
me.
so fun.
Okay, so I've got my bucket of water right here. Can you all see that really well? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get my pumpkin ready. And you can even use, I'm gonna take these ribbons out and use this little bucket right here. It's good to use something to add some stability to your pumpkin so it's not rolling around everywhere. So I'm gonna use this guy and I'm just gonna sit my pumpkin in here like this and set it to the side.
Now, everyone at home, do you love water slide decals? Do you struggle with them? Let us know in the comments while we're doing this. Let us know your experience.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear from you. Let us know if this is something you love, that you struggle, maybe you've never tried it. Let us know.
Okay, also before I put this in here, I'm gonna have my weeding tool ready. We're not weeding anything, I'm using this to lay my design flat. So here we go. I'm gonna drop this in. Are y'all ready? It's gonna curl up real good, just like this. That is expected. So you wanna make sure to fully submerge it in the water, and you can actually kind of unroll it a little bit, okay? And this water is gonna seep underneath that top layer, that film of clear sealant that we put on there. And we're gonna be removing the backing from behind the sealant. So.
We have some friends saying, never knew it was a thing, still haven't opened my Cricut, but watch all the time. Allison, have you grabbed a membership? We grabbed the membership, get plugged in. Let's walk with you on this journey so that you can master that Cricut. Because if you love the show, if you love what we do here, you'll love working with us in the community. Never tried a decal.
How well can y'all see this?
So
if I put it on here, y'all can see exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can.
I
Beautiful.
think that'll be pretty steady. Okay. I'm gonna put something.
Y'all, if anyone's looking to try anything new, I want to encourage you to try this out because this is a really fun, once you do one water slide decal, you'll start using it more and more on surfaces like this because it is really cool.
So you guys can see that the backing is trying to separate. What I like to do, and now there's a couple different application methods for this.
I like to pour water all over my surface.
Yes. A lot of people like to pre-dampen.
Yes, I like to have it like that.
Let's do that. And you will find a little bit of bleeding from your ink, but it's fine. We'll wipe it clean after we're done. So I like to kind of get it where I want it. And you can see it's just sliding around right there. I'm going to start pulling this backer out. So just start pulling, and I'll be very careful because it is finicky. It will try to tear. And this is exactly why I told you all to use a thicker font.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're having to pay attention to all those little crevices on the dainty fonts. And this way it's gonna be a little bit more easier. And actually, I'm gonna take my scissors and cut this off. Just be careful not to cut your top layer. I'm just gonna cut that off.
Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. So I like to have that water on the bottom so you have that flexibility like we talked about at the top of the show where you can move it around, you can make sure any air bubbles are out. It's really nice to have that extra little water under there so you can just work it out. So now is the fun part. She's got it on there and now's the perfecting stage. And this is where I was like, I just don't know. I mean, Alicia is doing a large image on a very curved and textured surface. So if she can do this on, with this type of environment of the project, really big, it looks beautiful, and the curved surface, you could do this on a flat surface.
And you can splash some water. Honestly, a spray bottle would not really be a bad idea.
I do usually
have a spray bottle.
But your trick with the, as long as there's water,
it just needs to stay moisturized. So what I'm doing is just kind of working the wrinkles out as I go, as I work my way up here.
Yes.
And that's why this weeding tool is so handy for me because I can get up under there without getting my whole finger.
That's amazing.
And so this is really helpful. And so you're just going to smooth it out as you go.
So Heather says, how long can you handle the decal before you can't move it anymore? So Heather, with the water slide, as long as there's water, it can slide around.
Right.
When you're done, once it's positioned where you want it, that's when you start drying it out, smoothing out all the water from underneath, and it'll start drying. And that's the glue. Like, that's what holds this together. There's no additional glue.
Which is kind of crazy because it's water.
So April says, is this the same as using water with vinyl?
No, it's a different material.
Yeah, it is different. The mindset is kind of similar. I will say with water slide, I think you have more working time than when you don't use water slide.
So what I'm doing now is just kind of going in with a paper towel and just drying this out everywhere.
Now, Christine says, was this printed on a special printer? No, this was just using an inkjet printer on
standard
water slide
inkjet
paper.
The good thing about water slide opposed to vinyl also is that you're not going to get all of those little wrinkles where the crevices are, because you all know, like when you apply any vinyl to a curved surface, sometimes it's hard to get it to lay down flat. And so with the water slide, it's bendy. So you can kind of flex it to where it's going to fit without causing a whole lot of wrinkles.
Can you flip it up just so that you can see it a little better?
Okay, this is where we're at. What do you all think?
So this lasts quite a while. I've had water slide projects last 2-3 years already, and they really stay the same. I will say dust does attract to the water slide decal.
Does it?
A little bit, but you
Okay.
can clean it off. That's my only response. Looking at it later.
And you all can see I did this one quite a while ago, and it's standing up really good.
I love how it embraces the curves and embraces the texture, and it looks very, very, very permanent.
It looks store-bought to me.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm gonna set this to the side and let it dry, and I'm gonna talk to you all about making your bows. So I'm just gonna sit this right here.
Well, a lot of people are asking, is it straight from your perspective? Yes, it looks a lot straighter
in real
life. On the camera, I will say it was looking a little odd.
Because it's like the pumpkin is weird shaped because it's like tall and
Yes, and with our water slides, we do not usually seal them. We do not usually seal the projects. They're kind of.
I mean, it's going to be sitting on your fireplace or it's not going to be doing anything crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be talking about the bows. So this is the original bow that I made here. So I can show you all exactly how to make this. What I'm going to recommend to you guys, wired ribbon. If you're making bows, wired ribbon is like numero uno, because if you go in, and I love these Dollar Tree ribbons. These are great for rag style ribbons where you're just tying a knot in the middle, and so they're kind of flimsy. And I can make a rag style ribbon for you all if you would like. But if you're going to make a big, like fluffy bow like this, you're going to need to buy wired ribbon. So both of these are wired. And then I've got my florals right here. These are from Hobby Lobby. The dollar store sells some really cute.
We were very high-key impressed this year.
Yeah, they sell some really nice fall decor, fall floral decor, I guess you could say. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a strip of this, a strip of my glitter. Okay, I'm going to flip it over. And then I'm going to take the same size strip of my gingham, that's the checkered.
Yes.
Okay, I want them to be, I don't know, what is this, 28, 24 inches-ish? It doesn't have to be that. Depending on how big you want your bow is how big that you need to stretch it out. Okay, so I've got both. And what I'm going to do, can y'all see this really good? Okay, I'm going to take this side, I'm going to fold it over. So it's kind of coming at an angle, okay? I'm going to hold it right here in the middle, do the same thing over here.
Whoa.
Okay, so it looks weird. We're going to cinch it.
Stop that.
And so it's like a perfect little bow.
Okay, how many of us want Alicia to teach a bow making masterclass inside the membership?
I mean, we can make it happen.
I just need you to teach me that.
I can show you.
Okay.
And then so you can either cinch this with some twine. You can cinch it with another piece of the ribbon, which is what we're going to do today. So I'm just going to cut off a little strip of this, and I've got my hot glue gun on, and I'm going to clean up these ends as well here in a minute. I'm just gonna wait and do it at the
That
end.
looks so good.
And so what I like to do for my middle portion is fold this. Can you all see that? I just kind of folded it in on itself. So it's like a little roll of the gold ribbon. And I'm gonna lay it on top here and then flip it over. So you can see this is up
Look
front.
at that.
I'm gonna actually trim this just a little bit because I'm gonna glue it to the back of it. Okay, oops, I let go.
Crazy.
So I'm gonna take this tail and I'm gonna put some glue right here and fold it over. I'm hoping my glue
Alexandria
gun.
says, I make bows to sell. Good job.
Thanks.
Woohoo.
I used to work at a place and we did door signs and I had to make all the bows for everybody.
I mean, you're a natural.
Like mass making bows in like 30 minutes for like 50 people. So be careful not to burn your fingers. And then I'm just gonna hold that on there for a minute and then I will trim this off, and let's go ahead and trim these edges. And then we're gonna add this as well as the florals to our pumpkin.
We're going to have this bow making class like ASAP.
Is everybody liking
it? Yes. I'm gonna be like the first student.
You're gonna be the first student.
Yes.
Okay, also, this is another little tippy tip. If you're wanting to do these edges right here, this type of edge, I don't know if there's a name for it, like the double point edges.
Yeah.
You can basically take your ribbon, you're gonna fold it in on itself, and you're gonna cut up towards the folded edge.
Yeah.
So you're gonna cut up towards the folded edge.
And then look what happens. This is one of my favorite things I also learned at Stampin' Up.
Did you?
Yes.
We need to go to Stampin' Up.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you do. And then so fold it again, and you're always cutting towards the folded edge. So this is my folded edge. This is the open edge. I'm cutting up towards the folded edge, just like this. And there you go. Dovetail.
Look at that.
Yes.
Yes.
And so I'm going to do this one up towards the folded edge.
Wow.
The sharper your scissors, the better this is going to look.
Oh, yes. You need specific like fabric, like ribbon scissors.
Ribbon scissors are
the
different to me
best.
from fabric scissors because the ribbons have those wires in them and they will ruin if you've got good fabric scissors. Okay, and then I'm going to trim this little tail off, and then you can kind of fluff your bow out.
Love that.
So fluff it out. The bigger the better when it comes to bows. And I'm just going to pull this all down. I mean, also I was a cheerleader for 16 years.
Wow.
So...
And now you're a volleyball player.
Oh, I play rec league volleyball, you guys. Don't get it twisted.
No, I love it.
Oh. Okay, so there's our bow. And then what you can do, there's a couple different ways that you could do this technically. You can attach these together with like some jute twine and then just glue all of this to the top of your pumpkin. Let me bring it over here. Actually, let's go like on camera 1. And what I would normally do is kind of attach all of this together so you can glue it all together and then glue it to your pumpkin. I don't know how straight that is. So this is,
Wow.
yeah, you would just glue everything all together.
That was so quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna attach these just so y'all can get the full finished effect. But what I would do is take these little florals and let's go overhead. I'll do this with this laying back. I haven't applied florals this way, but wish me luck. So I'm gonna take my hot glue gun. And if you're ever working with florals, just get a hot glue gun.
Oh,
You're gonna
yeah.
need it. I worked at a florist and they had these little, they weren't crock pots, but they were just like pots
Of hot
full
glue?
of hot glue.
And you would like have a spatula, or what?
No,
would you...
they would dip the stems. So it's like a little melting pot, a
like a
little
melting
simmering
pot of wax,
and it was full of
but
hot glue.
hot glue.
And they would dip their stem, and then you put it in the wreath. Dip it and put it in the
No
wreath.
way.
Lauren's going.
I love this.
And that's how they were able to do their stuff so fast. And man,
Yeah.
those girls were good at their job.
That's incredible.
Okay, and then
We're learning trade secrets today.
trade secrets. I'm not a pro though. I just worked there for a little moment. And so I'm gonna glue this on. Listen, hot glue.
It should only take 10 to 15 minutes for your letter to dry from the water slide.
Yeah.
That was a great question we're getting. I also take paper towel to help speed that process up. But 10 to 15 minutes is good. And it might still be a little damp, sure, but just be careful.
Okay, I put a good dollop of glue on there for our bow, which is our finishing touch. And then what you can do, once it's completely dried, and mine is not, don't try to move it when it's not dry. Once it's completely dried, you can feather out your stems.
Love it.
I mean, that's it.
That's did it.
All of it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's pretty easy.
It's only 12:48. We're not even,
honestly,
we just hit the 45-minute mark.
Honestly, y'all, the bow is the hardest part.
Yeah.
And you just need to make sure that you keep your water slide decal moisturized, and make sure you keep water with it. If you need to grab a spray bottle, that's super handy. Just make sure you keep it wet and use your weeding tool to kind of get all those bubbles out.
Yes,
but
and Jill, you could totally sit this outside. I would just be careful, maybe somehow adding a weight to it, or making sure, because it is a it's a foam pumpkin, so the wind will blow this away. But everything else is going to stand up really well, especially during the fall season. Can you put dried water slide decal projects outside? Yes, you totally can. I would feel 100% confident with that happening. So, yay, y'all did it! Woo-hoo! Halloween day 8.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So that's it.
How is Halloween almost over?
Hey friends, Alicia here with Maker's Gonna Learn, and today we're gonna be making a doormat from one of these core doormats. Everyone loves these. And we've got a few tips and tricks up our sleeve that you all are gonna love to learn about today. Make sure to click the subscribe button and the little bell so you're notified every time we get crafty, and let's get right into the video. So the beauty in these projects is that it does not take a lot of supplies. You can see here I've got our Flex Seal spray paint. These are liquid rubber sealant coating, meaning that they're waterproof. So we love to use the Flex Seal in order to paint our doormats. That way they last a lot longer. And if you're wanting to do something beginner friendly, this is your first mat, I highly recommend just using a black Flex Seal to complete your project. The spray paint is really nice. You can also buy it in like the smaller tins and use a stippling brush, but the black Flex Seal spray paint is our go-to. So the main ingredient to create one of these beautiful mats is our Flex Seal spray. This is basically liquid rubber in a can. You've probably heard of this or seen it in your local Lowe's or Home Depot. Typically, we lean towards just the black Flex Seal, mainly because the color payout is so much better than white or any of the other colors that they offer. Now, the color selection is very limited when it comes to Flex Seal. That's why we try to keep it simple and just go for a black finish. And then you can always seal it with the Flex Seal Clear. Now, if you're creating a project where you're using multiple colors and you're using different kinds of paint, I highly recommend that you grab some of this Flex Seal Clear, because this is gonna make sure everything is completely waterproof. And so you don't wanna take all that time to create your mat and then not be able to use it because it gets destroyed the second it rains. So this is really gonna help seal in any of those non-water resistant paints. Now let's talk about freezer paper. So if you go on the internet and you're looking on tutorials for how to do these mats, you're gonna run into a couple different ways. So a lot of people like to use just a permanent vinyl to kind of attach it, and they'll transfer it on using press and seal. Listen, that works for some people. We have tried that method many times. The freezer paper is always the go-to. The freezer paper, you apply heat to it, it adheres to the mat, it comes up easily. You don't have issues pulling a transfer sheet off or anything like that. It cuts well on the machine. So there's lots of perks to using this freezer paper, and typically we buy 150 square foot at a time, so this is like a pretty big roll. I will say, if you find some freezer paper at home and for some reason you're trying to adhere it to your mat and it's not sticking, it can go bad. So the freezer paper does have a shelf life. If you find it's not sticking, I highly recommend just purchasing a new roll. So if you feel like I don't need 150 square foot of freezer paper, don't buy a huge roll in case you plan to use it in the near future. You're also going to need a heat source. The Cricut Mini Easy Press is our go-to because we can really get into the crevices of our design. So love the Cricut Mini Easy Press, and I'm going to link all this stuff below so you all can snag it if you want to get it today, and you can go ahead and start creating your own mat. I've also got just a standard measuring tape. I have a 24-inch light grip mat. Now you can create this project without a 24-inch mat, and I will show you in Design Space how to split your design up if that's something that you're wanting to do. I'm also gonna put a couple links in the description to some of our other doormat videos that you may be interested in, such as if you're wanting to use multiple colors and things like that, because today we're gonna keep it simple and just use that black flex seal to get a really strong, bold design. And then obviously you're gonna need one of these mats. So this is just your standard 18 by 30 cord doormat. This is what we typically buy. I can get these at Walmart for $5. Hobby Lobby has them, but we only buy them when they're on sale. You can also get them at Home Depot, and I believe you can get them at Lowe's as well. Now that we've went over supplies, let's go ahead and jump into Design Space and decide what we wanna put on our doormat. So we're gonna be using two different fonts called Juliet and Simplicity. So I am on the Makers Gonna Learn website. You can see right here, this beautiful Juliet font. It's gonna be perfect for our Taylor Swift inspired doormat. I'm just gonna hit download. It's gonna pop into a zip folder. We can open that and then double click that font type and hit install font. Now, if you are like, holy moly, I need you to slow down, that was way too fast, we are offering you all a free trial right now of the Makers Gonna Learn membership. And y'all, we go over in detail how to download all of these fonts. So you're gonna know the process of downloading fonts, and you can have just as many as we have, and you're gonna get 20 free downloads from our website, meaning you can use any of our cut files, any of our fonts that you choose and download to keep forever and use for your own crafty purposes. After 7 days, if you decide, I don't want to be a part of this, you can totally cancel. But if you want to join us, you can sign up for monthly or yearly and be a part of our crafty community. All right, so the first thing that you're going to want to do once you get into Design Space is go ahead and open a basic shape. We're going to use the square. I'm going to unlock this shape, and let's change it to the size of our core doormat. So this is going to be 30 by 18. Okay, it looks very big here, so let's zoom out. I'm going to go ahead and change the color up here beside this Operation drop-down menu to a light brown. Now that brown's a little dark, so you can select advanced and then move it until you get the right color. This step is not necessary, adding the color. You do want to have the square, but you can keep it whatever color you want. I just really like to see my design before I go to cut it out, so this helps me get a good visual. Now I'm going to go to my text box over here on the left. We're going to do some lyrics from the ever so famous Taylor Swift today. So I know we probably got lots of Taylor Swift fans watching. Hopefully you all love this doormat as much as we do. So let's go ahead and type out what we're wanting to put on our doormat. Now you can put whatever you want, get crazy with it, whatever fits your personality. That's the fun part of these mats, is making them custom to what you love. Okay, so I haven't actually chosen a font yet. I just wanted to get what I want on my design already onto the canvas. What I'm gonna do next is ungroup these to lines. So right now, both lines of text are in the same text box. Let's go to advanced and ungroup to lines. This is gonna give us two separate text boxes, and now I can change the fonts if I want. So I'm wanting to use two different fonts here. I'm thinking we'll do a pretty script for This Is Our House, and then something a little bit more clean cut for We Make the Rules. Okay, so this is the design that we're gonna go with. Now, there are a couple things that I need to fix. So the first thing that I'm noticing is over here in our layers panel, we've got these red exclamation point warnings saying it's not supported by the maker because the image is too big. So what I'm gonna wanna do is make sure that This Is Our House is under 23.5 inches wide. So let's select it and make it a little bit smaller, but I want it to be as big as it'll let me. So I'm gonna actually manually adjust that to 23.5, and then it makes it about that size. Then you can go in and adjust this proportionally if you're wanting to do that. I think
This size is pretty cute. Now, for some reason you don't have a 24-inch mat, it's very simple to create this just using a 12-inch mat. So all you're gonna need to do, I'm just gonna pull this down here. I'm gonna actually duplicate this and set it to the side just so I don't have to redo it again. What I want to do is put our words on their own, on multiple lines of text, okay? So now I'm just hitting enter to do that. You can see these will almost fit on a 12-inch mat. Now this one is still a little bit too big, and we can double check that by getting a basic shape. We're gonna do 11.5 because if you're cutting on a 12 by 12 mat, you would think initially, oh, I need to make a 12-inch square. Well, no, because you can't cut a 12-inch width and height on a Cricut mat, not truly. It's really 11.5. So I'm gonna make 11.5-inch square. Let's go up here to operation and we're gonna select guide. And you can see this is our house, fits inside of there nicely. And then you can see this one fits in here nicely. So you're gonna have to cut it on 2 separate mats, which is totally fine. So now that we've got it the way that we want it, I can hide my brown square. Now, if you're just wanting to do this one, pay attention to this whenever we go over to the mat. If you're wanting to do it on 12-inch mats, I'm gonna keep these up here so you all can see how we do both of them when we go to the Make It screen. So before we go to Make It, I'm just gonna change the colors of these so they don't try to go all into the same mat. Let's just make this gold just for the sake of it standing out. And then I'm going to center these horizontally, and then I'm going to attach them so they stay exactly where they are. Next, we're gonna go to Make It, confirm, and then you can see here, this one went onto our 24-inch mat. It takes up the entire thing. And then this one down here, we can actually change this to a 12 by 12 mat. And lucky for us, they both fit on there. So that's really nice. We don't need to mirror it or anything like that. We're just gonna keep it as is. And then we're gonna select continue. Now, while that's loading, I'm gonna go ahead and get my mat ready with my freezer paper. So you're gonna wanna use a light grip mat that is relatively new, still sticky. If it's a really dirty mat, you're probably gonna want to make sure to clean it. I'm gonna go ahead and trim this the length of the mat. And you can see as I'm cutting it, it's kind of hitting the light because there is this waxy film on the back, and then this side is a little bit more matte. So when they're beside each other, you can really tell. Now this shiny side is the side that needs to go down. So you're gonna want to cut it on the more matte side. So what I'm gonna do is just turn this over and I'm gonna line it up. We're gonna trim off all of that excess paper using a true control knife. And I'm gonna burnish this down really well to make sure it's very much not going to move. You also wanna avoid any bumps in the paper, otherwise it will not cut properly. So I'm just gonna fold this over and then trim it up really good. Back in Design Space, we are going to browse all materials. So we're gonna cut this on medium cardstock today and then hit done. And we're gonna do default pressure just using the fine point blade. And then we can go ahead and load this into our machine. Okay, while that cuts out, I'm just gonna lay some paper out to protect any part of the mat that I don't want paint on, as well as protect our table. You wanna do this in a very well ventilated area because it is spray paint, so it's aerosol and there are fumes. So I'll have a piece at the top and a piece at the bottom, and then our words will go right through the middle. And if I need to cut other pieces to cover it, we can, and we can also tape it down. That way it's definitely not gonna get anything under where we've got paper laid down. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn my mini easy press on to the highest setting. And once that turns green, we can put our design onto our mat.
Once you start removing the outer part of the stencil, make sure to be very careful because that is the part that we need. The letters that are inside, so this part we don't necessarily need, but we do need the middle of the E. So you want this big part and you want the centers of the letters. The actual word we don't need, okay? I'm gonna start by pulling off the bulk of this and then getting it onto my mat. I'm gonna leave all the centers to my letters on this mat. That way I know where they go and I can iron them on individually. So my design got a little bit butchered in some areas. I would probably do medium cardstock with less pressure, but really you need to kind of test your machine out and make sure that you've got the cut settings right, because it's gonna vary from machine to machine. Now, if you're using a Maker series, there's an actual freezer paper cut setting. The Explore series does not have that. Typically medium cardstock works for me, but today I didn't have as much luck. But listen, we're gonna make it work. I've got an X-Acto knife or a True Control knife, whatever you wanna call it here, ready to kind of fix the places where it may not have cut as well. So I'm just gonna do that. And I'm gonna pull off the bulk of this first and leave the middles of my letters on my mat. That way I can just snag them individually and apply them to my mat. And that'll make a little bit more sense here in just a second. Okay, so we're just gonna set all this to the side and we will be pulling from that here shortly. And then we're gonna go ahead and put this onto our mat. So you can trim off the excess. I like to leave a little bit around it just for the sake of preventing paint getting on my mat anywhere, but I'm gonna trim off all of this excess, mainly because I want to try to line this up in the center of my mat before I go spray painting it. This just gives me a better visualization of where I want to put it. So the mat is 30 wide. We're gonna need to put it about at the 15 mark. So we're halfway through our design, and you can always just take this and crease it right where the halfway mark is. So I just fold it in half and crease it. And then I'm gonna line that crease mark up with the 15. And then if you want to get real specific, you can come over here to this 18-inch side and you would want that 9-inch line going half all the way through here. And you can even double check this side and make sure it's pretty straight. I'm more of an eyeballer myself, but just for the sake of showing you all how this would be done, that is how I would do it. And you can use painter's tape to like mark off the central points if that helps you. But I'm gonna go ahead and just start ironing this on. You can also use painter's tape to secure this down so it kind of stays in one spot while you're ironing it. It's not the best tack, but it will stay once heat is applied to it. You just have to kind of take your time and work slowly and make sure you're getting all of the areas. So I like to kind of let it sit on an area for about 10 seconds and then we can move on to the next area. Now I'm going to take some tweezers and just plug in the middles of those letters, and then we're going to press those down as well. And then I'm just going to iron the middles of those letters down the same way that we did before. This also gives a little bit extra adhesion for the parts that we already had went over. If you have a bigger press, like a bigger easy press, you could probably use that. I just really like using this mini easy press because I can put pressure exactly where I want it. And sometimes these paper flaps want to come up and I can just kind of adjust it. So that's just personal preference. But if you've got a bigger press, feel free to use that. So before we go into spray painting, I just want to make sure any corners that are still sticking up, I'm just going back over them to make sure they're down before we start spray painting, because I don't want any of that paint to get up under the stencil. And this will tack on. It doesn't have a great adhesion, but this is so much easier than trying to apply vinyl in my opinion. Feel free to try both ways. This is what works best for us. So I'm gonna take that butcher's paper on the top and the bottom, and I'm just gonna tape it so it's not moving at all. Then I have some freezer paper left over I'm gonna use for the edges. Okay, so you can see everything is closed off that we are not wanting to get paint on, and then we just can see where our letters will go. Make sure you shake your Flex Seal up really, really well. I would do it for at least a solid minute, and then do a test spray on something that you're not gonna be painting, which I just did. And then you're just gonna pop that off, and then we're gonna get to painting. So you can let that top layer soak in for just a minute, and then you can go back in and do a second and even a third coat until you're satisfied. And then once you've got it how you want it, you can go ahead and remove the stencil. And then I'm just taking some tweezers and pulling out the middle of these letters. And this is the final product. What do you all think? The only thing else that you could do, and this is only if you're using non-Flex Seal paint, is add a layer of that Flex Seal clear. Now we used Flex Seal black paint here, so we were fine. But if for some reason your store is out of the black and you just use a regular black, grab a Flex Seal clear. That way you can waterproof whatever paint that you have underneath it. All right, we finished. Hopefully, if you all were just completing this for the first time, you enjoyed this craft. It can be a little bit tedious, but the payoff is so good. I feel like it always turns out beautiful, and they're totally customizable. So you can make one for every holiday, every season, or whatever you would like. Make sure if you did not already subscribe, you hit the little subscribe button and the bell so you're notified every single time we post. And that free trial link for anyone who's wanting to join our membership and get access to these beautiful fonts and cut files to use on your Cricut machine. We've got that link below for you all. We would love to see you as a part of our community, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.